Chapter 425. Kid, if you want to ask me to remove the karmic sin on you, don't bother, said Wang Wucheng directly. The training method of the Wang clan has always been somewhat ruthless. They do not raise waste. Although the sect can give you many resources and aid, however, when it comes to competition with the younger generation, they would not interfere. And not just the Wang clan, but the others as well. This is one of the reasons that the sect has lasted so long and remained so strong. These ancestors ensure that the successor of the sect or their respective faction has true capabilities, and does not rely on nepotism. Don't look at Wang Wei's family has been the patriarch for 3 generations, but each of them has proven worthy of that title. Wang Chang's father was not the sect master nor the patriarch of the Wang clan in his generation. He lost his position to someone else from one of the clan members that lived in the Wang clan's secret world. And the sect master of that time was a heaven chosen from the Yan family. She was quite talented too, but it was a shame she lost in the heaven will battle. No, that's not it, replied Wang Wei. I want to modify the battle tower. Wang Wucheng paused for a moment. You want to add that brat from the D family who beat you as your opponent, fighting with him to gauge your strength and the gap between you two? That's correct. Wang Wucheng paused for a moment. Give me your memories and I'll have someone else do it. Wang Wei did not say anything and use his soul to condense his memories of that fight. He even added the battle Di Tian had with Wu Hong once he was a devil prince. I will have someone place a deduction method in the tower. That way, it can somewhat predict his strength in higher cultivation realms. However, be warned that it may not be accurate. Wang Wei nodded before leaving with his father. On his return trip, he asked, So, when did you break your foundation and had the opportunity to condense the 3 flowers? Well, it was right after I entered the supernatural realm, right before the heaven-chosen trial. She tricked me into a dead zone with no spiritual chi, and a powerful swallowing power that was draining my strength. By the time your grandfather found me, my foundation was also on the verge of collapsing. You must have really loved her to marry her in the end, said Wang Wei. From what he knew about his parents' affair, it was full of up and down, with mostly his mother making trouble. And Wang Wei could tell that his father probably had a soft spot for his mother for a very long time and always held back when dealing with her. I did, said Wang Tian, as he took a brief visit down memory lane. The moment he first laid eyes on her, he was instantly hooked. Although many other women chased after him during his generation, he only had eyes for her. Unfortunately, they were competitors and she might not have felt the same way. I bet grandfather was not pleased with you, was he? Wang Tian's mouth twitched after hearing this. His father noticed how he was treating Yu Yen differently, and after suffering a few losses at her hands because of his affection, he was not happy and forbid the union of the two. And with his temperament, he hooped his son many times because of this. It was not until what happened to them after they entered one of the forbidden areas and they made that oath that he accepted their union. Let's not talk about this. How do you feel? Great. Even better than before. That's good. Then, how do you feel about meeting the ancestor? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. In terms of strength, I have nothing I can comment on since I still cannot fathom how powerful he is. However, I do feel that the sect's foundation is deeper than I originally thought. Oh, you have no idea, son, replied Wang Tian with a sigh. What do you mean? There is a reason we are the strongest sect in the world. I'll give you an example. Do you remember the material you needed to temper your organs? Yes, you told me that the sect did not have any more innate materials. Was that a lie? Yes. The sect has a few secret realms full of innate chi where innate materials are bred. There are even 3 of them full of chaos chi. However, the founding ancestor has left rigid rules on how to distribute these resources, especially for mortal-level individuals. Wang Wei pondered the issue and understood the reason behind this. Even quasi-emperors cannot fully digest or make full use of more than 1 innate herbs, so using them is kind of a waste. However, great emperors, Dao ancestors, and immortal venerables can use these high resources to rapidly increase their strength. As the true foundation of the sect, they are the real reason that it can last for long, and it would be best to leave it to them. A perfect example of a waste of this level of resources is the ancient clans. In terms of immortal level resources, no sect should be able to compare with them, as they are from the beginning Emperor era. At that time, although innate chi was in decline, being replaced with acquired spiritual chi, these clans should have had many ways to preserve many secret realms full of innate chi. After all, Wang Wei's ancestors managed to acquire so many of them in the ancient Emperor era, that they should be able to do the same. Unfortunately, in the current era, most of these clans are now poor as they refuse to adopt the current system. They overused the innate chi and materials from their ancestors and essentially wasted them. If these clans did not cultivate a few great emperors that could acquire more resources for them, maybe they would have not lasted this long. These ancient clans are the result of being too stubborn and conservative, and that applied to the great emperors that they cultivated as well. Otherwise, they should have been able to see the problem in their current approach. And even to this day, they did not want to change their ways of life. According to Wufeng Huang, they now wanted to change the environment and return it to the period where they flourished. "Are you mad? Disappointed?" asked Wang Tian after seeing his son silent. "No, I understand the reason behind this decision. Most likely, the ancestor did not want us to turn into the current ancient clan." "That's good. Truth be told, the other materials would have been provided for you. However, you would have to go through a bunch of tests to show that you're worthy of using so many resources." "Can I still take the tests?" "Why? I thought you already finished tempering your organs?" "I was thinking about replacing the other materials with innate one." He used supreme tier materials for his skin, muscles, and bones. Replacing them should help increase his strength. "When you want, just tell me and I'll set everything up." Wang Wei nodded his head before suddenly remembering something. "Does the sect have any ominous beasts?" "Ominous beasts? I think one of the secret realm left by the ancient desolate emperor has many of them. I remember that it was used as a trial in my generation. After I become sect master, I noticed that too many disciples died in this trial in each generation, so I stopped it. Ominous beasts are a race born from the corpse or blood of primordial gods or innate demons. Because of this, they are very powerful, especially in the fleshly body department. However, they are also savage and cruel. The majority of them have little to no intelligence, and the ones that do are extremely cruel as they take pleasure in killing and destruction. The reason for that is because the deep resentment and hatred of the innate demon god that they are born from will affect their mind when they are created, hence the ominous in their name." Wang Wei was satisfied with this answer, as he now had the resources needed to cultivate the Fiend God 12 revolutions, so he was in a good mood. After exiting the secret realm, he took a deep breath, taking in the fresh air. Then, an idea to make his mood even better came to him. "How about we go for a couple of rounds?" Wang Tian's mouth twitched after hearing this. I refused. He knew that his son's current strength outclassed, especially after that punch. And if he transformed into the ancient desolate body, he would lose even more miserably. "How can you refuse? I finally have the opportunity and strength to legally beat you, that's exactly why I refuse. If you don't fight me, I'll tell grandfather that you have been holding back in all of his fights." Wang Tian glared at his son. One of his biggest secrets was that ever since he entered the void-shattering realm, his father was not a match for him. However, he took the old man's face into account and let him believe that he was stronger than him. As for how his son discovered the truth, he guessed it was probably when he used his fate technique to fuse their strength. "You can tell him if you want. He probably already guessed the truth." Wang Tian would rather be beaten by his old man than his son. He has to retain his last dignity as a father. "You," said Wang Wei. "If I can deal with you, I'll let Mom do it." "Fine. I'll rather sleep by myself for 1,000 years than suffer defeat at your hands." Wang Wei gritted his teeth as he stared at his old man. He snorted before flying away. He would be petty to the end and let his mother deal with him. And from now, he will use all kinds of taunts until he forced his father to fight him. And, I will try to speed up the pace from now as this volume has a lot of things to cover. Chapter 426. After being healed, Wang Wei along with the entire family was glad, so they celebrated with a large party. All the upper echelons of the sect were invited, even though some of them were not aware of the reason for the celebration. Wang Wei's defeat and recent disappearance are only known to a few people in the sect. This was done to prevent division amongst the factions, especially the sectarian side. During this time, Wang Wei had to appease two people, his mother and Li Jun. The former became somewhat paranoid in fear that something similar would happen again, and Wang Wei had to reassure her. Luckily, his grandmother was there. As the natural nemesis of his mother, she was able to put some sense into her. As for Li Jun, he was blaming himself for what happened. As the person in charge of the Heavenly Abode world operation, he felt that maybe if he was more careful, he would have detected it when Di Tian arrived, or when he took the time to set up the worldwide formation. Wang Wei explained to him that even he did not notice, even the quasi-emperors outside of the world did not notice Di Tian's infiltration, so there was no need to blame him. Although Li Jun understood this, he simply could not process this. So, at the party, he drank a little too much and got drunk. Wang Wei could tell that if something was not done, this would become his heart demon. So, he decided to talk to him and Yan Liling to ensure that he was fine. Once the party finished, everything was not over as Wang Wei had some politics to do. He visited Li Jun's father since he was the patriarch of the Li family and had dinner with their whole family. Then, he did the same with great elder Yan Mei, who was Yan Liling's aunt and the Yan family patriarch. Finally, he also visited the current leader of the sectarian side, Fan Lei, who was in charge of the Tibetan scripture pavilion or the library. After Long Bo's death, he was elected to this position for the ways he did things that considered both the benefit of their factions and the overall benefit of the sect. Once he was done appeasing and gaining the support of everyone important, he began to spend more time with his family. For the next few months, he did not cultivate but enjoyed life with his friends and family. He also took time to read more information, knowledge, or secrets from the secret archive. Then, it was time for everyone to leave. "Are you sure you do not want to come with us?" asked Yun Zhaojun. "No, I have a feeling that an opportunity is waiting out there for me. I'll check it out first before going to the Yan family domain." "Well, it is your wedding, so make sure to not be late. Not just you, but also the bride." Wang Wei nodded as he watched everyone leave, including his father who passed on some of the responsibilities of the sect to others. Everyone headed for the Yan clan's domain to prepare for Wang Wei and Wu Hong's wedding. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had one last thing to do before leaving. He checked the information or events that occurred during his more than 2,000 years of absence. Since everything was neatly summarized by Wang Ju, the process was rapid. The first thing of importance was that it was revealed that this generation entered the void-shattering realm. The path of Supreme would be opened for the previous generation. As such, his father, mother, and many of the great elders can finally enter the Supreme realm. And with their deep foundation, many of them might reach the peak of the realm in one fell swoop. Wang Wei was happy for his father and mother, but this news did not affect him much, so he focused on others. A few of the top 30 Heaven Chosens are now being hunted down because of the things some of them did when they had their immortality. Of course, only the ones with relatively low background. Additionally, now that everyone was in the primordial spirit realm, according to the previous rule, all the Heaven Chosens no longer have a Tao protector and can kill each other freely. At this stage, the battle for the throne has officially begun. Wang Wei once thought of using his overwhelming strength to kill most of the participants beforehand. However, his father warned him not to do this. There has been a precedent of people who do this, and the result has always been all the other sects bond together to besiege such person and the faction behind them. Although the Dao opening sect was strong, it was not to the point that they could face all the emperor lineages together and not suffer serious damage. Additionally, Wang Wei learned that there is something called Death Substitute Talisman. As the name implied, it can provide an extra life for the owner of this talisman. Although this talisman is a quasi-emperor tier 1, and a rare one amongst its tier, many emperor lineages still have the capability of crafting one for their heaven chosen. However, since this talisman requires sacrificing a great deal of their faction's chi luck as a price, not all of them are willing to give it to their heaven chosens. Plus, many of them understood that the path of emperor is cruel, and if their heaven chosen die at the hands of one of their peers, then they did not have the strength nor destiny to become a great emperor. This philosophy is shared by the Dao opening sect, so Wang Wei does not have a death substitution talisman, a fact that almost drove his mother crazy. Even though his father wanted to listen to his wife and get one for him, his grandfather interceded and stopped him. Unfortunately, the Yu family cannot afford to cast one for Wang Wei with the luck of one great emperor. The final noteworthy information that Wang Wei learned was that Suya did not stop her endless fighting with Jian Wushuang. Now, the latter has lost his immortality while she remained a pseudo-version of it. With her endless clones, she can fight without any regard for her life. As such, even though he is more powerful than her, she can still pose a threat to him. Additionally, with each defeat, with death, she further understands the concept of desire to survive, which in turn further clarifies her Dao. As Wang Wei looked at this information, he muttered under his breath, "They say that beauty is the nemesis of all heroes, is that true?" He then shook his head and moved on. Most of the information is about the fact that most of the heaven chosens are now cultivating back in their sect. And the majority of them will not leave until they reach the void-shattering realm. This is a terrifying time, and most of them will only feel more safe and secure after comprehending the law, which will drastically increase their strength. In that cultivation realm, the gap between many people will be made up or further deepened. Nevertheless, this was the opportunity that most if not all of them are waiting for. The last thing he paid notice was the fact that Feng Heng was spotted near the Forbidden Zone, the Western Pure Land, before returning to his sect. So, Wang Wei kept all of this in mind before leaving the sect. He did not lie to his grandmother as he felt that an opportunity was waiting for him somewhere. So, he locked on the feeling and flew in that direction. A few hours later, Wang Wei landed in a small village with an enormous towering tree. With a glance, anyone could tell that this was not a normal village. The people there had normal clothes instead of patched ones, their faces were rosy, signaling that they were full of blood energy. In a world where most mortals could not eat properly, it was a rare thing to see commoners this healthy. Everyone in the village had a bright smile on their faces, full of life and hope for the world. Wang Wei looked at the village and the people. He then looked at the tall tree that he planted more than 1,000 years ago. He knew this village and the reason it was so prosperous. After leaving the Spirit Road trial, he asked the elders to stop at a random village because he wanted to see what the outside world was like. The village treated him greatly and offered him their food despite not having much of their own. To repay their kindness, he asked one of the great elders to set up a formation to bless the entire village with great luck and fortune and to also ensure protect it from other cultivators or greedy mortals. Now, more than 3,000 years later, 1,000 for him, Wang Wei came back and so many things have changed, yet nothing changed at the same time. While Wang Wei was distracted, one of the villagers looked at his face deeply before screaming, "Benefactor?" His voice was so loud that it attracted the curiosity of all the people around. Chapter 427. "You know me?" asked Wang Wei. "There is a picture of you in the ancestral hall, and every year, all the people of Heavenly Tree Village, even the ones who left, will come back to worship you." That would explain the incense I noticed in this village, thought Wang Wei as he looked in the direction where it was most concentrated, most likely the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, the young man who recognized him seemed very excited as his words were very loud and uncontrollable. And it was not just him, but also the people around. Although Wang Wei's physical appearance had drastically changed, his temperament did not change much, so people were able to recognize him. All the villagers looked at him with great joy. Over the years, Heavenly Tree Village has become famous throughout the area. And that was not only because their annual harvest is always abundant no matter what, but also because anyone who left this village is guaranteed to become successful. Whether they become scholars and pursue a life that serves the country, a merchant that desires wealth, or a general with military power, all of them succeeded. And this has never stopped for more than 3,000 years. As a result of this, many people knew of the magic of this village and lusted after it. But in the end, all of them died because of strange accidents. This fact applied to cultivators as well. And the villagers knew that the reason for the change of their village was because of a young master that once visited, so they enshrined them in the ancestral hall and offered him incense every year. They considered them the guardian of the village. And the status of this village is the towering tree that the guardian once planted, and even the village was renamed after it. "Lead me to see your ancestral hall," said Wang Wei, an act which made the young man elated. He hurriedly led the way while all the other villages followed them. Meanwhile, in Wang Wei's eyes, the power of fate and time flashed, watched the fate of this village and everything that occurred since he left. He saw the lives of the original members with which he interacted. He saw how they prosper after he left, got sick, grew old, and die. He watched as they told their descendants stories about their interaction with him. One person, in particular, got his attention. It was the auntie who was bold enough to ask him if he wanted a concubine while showing up his daughter. That auntie died of old age at 116 years old, however, his daughter left the village and married a noble in a secular kingdom. Her lineage eventually overthrew the leader of the kingdom after a few generations and established a dynasty of their own. However, after 634 years, that dynasty was also conquered by someone else. Luckily, her lineage never cut off contact with the village, and was still blessed with tremendous luck. Their family escaped once the capital was breached, hid for a while, and even became a cultivator family. After a few more generations, their clan even gave birth to a divine altar realm cultivator, becoming the pride and joy of this village. And she was not the only one. Wang Wei watched the rise and fall of all the people that were born in this village. He watched their birth and death in just a few seconds. An action that I made on a whim affected the lives of so many people, for thousands of years. My action has single-handedly changed the fate of all the people of this village. As he thought of this, Wang Wei's eyes changed once again. This time, he saw the life of this village had he not interfered. He saw how about 5 decades later, an earthquake would hit this village killing most of the people, with only a few survivors. Then, these survivors would move to another village. However, 3 generations later, this village would be captured and forced to work in mines until all of them died instead. Parallel timelines? Thought Wang Wei as he tried to see other possibilities. For example, what if he never even met the people of this village? Would that change anything? Unfortunately, he could not do so. Maybe I need to understand the Tao of time before I can see them. While in deep thought, Wang Wei walked into the ancestral hall where he saw a picture of his younger self hanging in the middle of the room. He was a little surprised as he expected the painting to only have a slight resemblance to him. After all, how could the people back then remember him so deeply to the point of being able to paint with such vivid detail? Even if they did, the memories of mortals were always fading with time, so that would be an issue. He looked at the painting and calculated the cause and effect. I see. It turned out that the tree that he planted acquired some form of sentience and remembered him. Then, it sent the image to the people of the village in the form of a dream when they decided to place him in their ancestral hall. Wang Wei looked at the deep and pure incense and this room. In terms of quantity, it did not come close to the one he absorbed in the heavenly abode world, but it outclassed it in terms of purity. This shows that the villagers admired him deeply in their hearts, and offered them incense not because he was some almighty god that could determine their fate. Karma, cause and effect, every action has an equal or opposite reaction. One single action can have everlasting and far-reaching consequences, just like a stone dropped in the middle of a lake, creating countless ripples or waves. And since there is negative karmic or karmic sin, there is also karmic virtue. Benefiting the world or changing the lives of mortals for good is a way for cultivators to garner karmic virtue. And this whole system of rewarding karmic sins or virtue can be interpreted as another way that fate keeps the order of many worlds, a way to keep the overwhelming power of cultivators in check. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he waved his hand to gather the incense power in this room. Then, he headed for the tree that he planted. It was at least a few hundred meters tall. He placed his hand on it, feeling a slight trembling. Feeling the slight consciousness, Wang Wei sighed. After so many years, the tree had the opportunity to gain sentience, turned into human shapes, and became a spirit race. However, it refused in order to keep guarding this village. A small gesture led to your creation and existence. So, the fate and karma between us is deep, so let me help you. Wang Wei waved his hand and two things manifested. One of them was a small part of the world source he acquired, while the other was a massive void stone that can create more than 100 space rings or one large enough that can hold people inside. He then proceeded to fuse these two things into the tree. I hope that one day, you will become a towering tree able to support heaven and earth. After saying that, he felt his mind and spirit clearer than before. So, he sat down cross-legged in front of the floor, entering a deep state of enlightenment. And while he was doing so, Dao rhymes emanated from his body, spreading to all corners of this village. Then, a massive spiritual energy storm washed toward the village but did not harm anyone. Instead, it baptized their bodies, making them stronger, and faster, and increasing their lifespan. Previously, all the villagers could live up to 100 years old and more. Now, they could live for 150 and more after this experience. Everyone cheered in excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was in that state for a week before opening his eyes. Wisdom flashed across his eyes as well as the karmic laws that governed the very fabric of the universe. Then he muttered, "Karmic freedom? How can cultivators be free from karma when the very air we breathe, the spiritual energy we use, the grass we walk on, the people we meet in our journey, and the connection we make or are born with, are a form of karmic bondage? There is no escape. To become free of the shackles of karma, one has to blend with it, become one with all the cause and effect of the universe. And only then can one achieve the feat of severing all karmic ties. Such a process would require a mind broad enough to accept all living things' sins, depravity, joy, and sorrow. All the good and evil of the world, the positive and negative, the yin and yang." After saying these words, a very steady yellow thread appeared above Wang Wei's head. This was the representation of his karmic sins. With a wave of his hand, a blade appeared in the sky and cut off that thread. Immediately afterward, a red spherical aura came out of his body. Countless souls screaming and yelling could be seen inside. Unfortunately, their roars of hatred no longer had any effect whatsoever on Wang Wei. As he watched this massive karmic sin slowly disappear, he waved his hand to condense it into his heart direct into the chaos flame. Using the method he learned from the Flame Emperor, he converted the karmic sin into a karmic flame. So, a brand new bright red flame was beating inside his heart before being absorbed by the chaos flame. Then, Wang Wei continued. The karmic blade in the sky turned into armor before fusing into his fleshly body and disappearing. "A pseudo-karma unbound body," he muttered. This invisible armor can protect him against karmic attacks or curses like the one Tian used. Additionally, it would protect him from not being affected by karma. Unfortunately, with his current ability, he cannot be completely free from some karma. However, he can reduce the effects that they have on him. Additionally, he still has to pay many of the karmas he already owed, as he could not sever this one for now. Nevertheless, Wang Wei planned that after becoming a great emperor and repaying all the karmic debts he has, he will sever all karmic connections he has, even the ones with his parents. He could already tell that his future will be filled with trouble and danger, and removing all karma connecting to him might be a way to protect the people he loves from his enemy. Additionally, in front of the right expert, any form of karma is a hidden danger. If it was not for the fact that Wu Hong was not connected to him by karma, he would have severed the connection between the two of them as well. Wang Wei exhaled out loud. The next step is to understand the relationship between karma and time. Why conceal a person over a long time wash away the karma in their bodies? And how can going through samsara also wash away karma? Chapter 428. Wang Wei did not focus on these issues for now, and he was not that worried that he would not be able to figure these things out. Not only because of his heaven-defying talent but because of the innate material, the karmic washing water that he absorbed in his organs. He realized that sensing the innate laws inside is of great use for him to understand the Tao of karma. It is one of the reasons that he made such rapid progress in just a few months to be able to get rid of the karmic sins inside his body. As for the Tao of time, he can use his battle with Di Tian to comprehend something and even the time formation of the sect. After thinking of this, Wang Wei once again checked his body to ensure that nothing was wrong. However, he frowned as his intuition told him that things were not that simple. Di Tian should have been able to calculate that he would be able to remove that karmic sins. Or at the very least, his sect should have some means to deal with it. As intelligent as the latter was, there is no way he would oversee something like this. That means that these karmic sins served a different purpose, so the question is what it? Thinking about this, Wang Wei immediately tried to deduce the cause and effect behind Di Tian's actions, but he ended up empty. Then, he used the power of fate to deduce something, and the result was still the same. With a deep frown on his face, he muttered, "The feeling of being plotted against is truly disgusting. Anyway, he is sealed now, so let's wait to see. As long as I get the smallest of information, I can take a more proactive move." Wang Wei was never someone to be on the passive side. So, as long as the opportunity presented itself, he would go on the offensive. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei saw 3 old men waiting not far from him. They seemed to be acting as his protector and prevented the other villagers from disturbing his epiphany. Immediately after seeing that he was awakening, they clenched their hands together and bowed to them. "We have seen the benefactor." "Get up," replied Wang Wei as he knew the identity of the 3. They are the ancestor-like character of 3 people from the village that became cultivators and formed families. As the only divine altar realm cultivators in their family, they are the foundation that keeps their family floating. Additionally, these 3 never changed or became arrogant because they started their path of cultivation. They always keep in contact with the village, protect it from lower-level loose cultivators that want to plot against it, and always attend the annual ceremony to worship the benefactor. Now, these people might just be doing it because of the benefit, but that did not matter. After all, they were not the only cultivators from the village, and yet, they are the only ones who still remembered their origin. Maybe it is because of this practice that their family is among the most successful of all the cultivators in this village. Since you are here, it means that you have fate with me. In that case, I will give you some good fortune. Give me a copy of the cultivation method your family is using. The 3 immediately became excited as they did not hesitate to hand over their cultivation method. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell that it was a very terrible method. The foundation of anyone cultivating this thing is not only weak, but they can only cultivate into the divine altar realm. While secretly shaking his head, he modified them. He did not give these guys any method that would allow them to set up a saint foundation or more. This kind of cultivation method is very valuable, and if words were to spread out, these 2 clans would be annihilated. Although the village is protected, this was not the same for them. So, Wang Wei only removed most of the errors and imperfections of the methods, then deduced the way for them to reach the primordial spirit realm. Then, he waved his hand to manifest 3 more books that contained basic knowledge on pill refining, weapon making, and array. He handed one to each of the old men. Since I'm feeling generous, I will help you even more. Then, the three of them felt a powerful energy injected into their bodies. The energy then removed the impurities inside their bodies, thus increasing their natural talent to absorb and control spiritual qi. Then, that energy seemed to enter a place located on their forehead. These old men immediately guessed that it went to their souls. They did not mind, as they knew the person in front of them did not need any plots or schemes to get rid of them. A few seconds later, they felt that their mind was working smoother. Many things that they previously did not understand became clearer. Additionally, their memories were also improved drastically. These three knew that the benefactor had increased their comprehension talent. Although they did not know how he did it, all that mattered to them was that they benefited. Although they looked old, the three of them were only a little over 250 years old. As divine altar realm cultivators, they should have at least a 1,000 years of lifespan. Unfortunately, they suffered major injuries in the rise of their family while fighting for others, affecting both their already weak foundation and lifespan. But now, they had a chance at reaching higher realms and do not have to wait for the next generation of their family to grow up. With excitement, the three left. And Wang Wei even offered to protect their clan from a catastrophe one time. All they have to do is say his name when needed, and he can use the power of karma to sense and protect them no matter the distance. Once he was done, Wang Wei prepared to leave. He modified the feng shui luck formation that was under the village to reach the supreme tier. He then said a few parting words to the village and took a final look at the tree before leaving. He was looking forward to what both this village and the tree will become. Would they survive the ravage of time, or would they one day suffer misfortune and be annihilated from the annals of history? Honestly, Wang Wei would be fine with any outcome. In this cruel world, even he could not fathom his future or control his fate, let alone this small village. Just because it was protected did not mean that they could survive. After leaving the small village, he began to wander around the surroundings. Soon, a frown appeared on his face. He opened a space tier to teleport to different domains of the central continent. Although I expected this, and Wang Zhe's information also mentioned this, I did not think it was that bad. What he was checking was the state of the modern invention he made along with the schools for mortals that he created. In the past few thousand years, things have basically gone awry. Because these things could no longer bring the sect any merit, many of the sects have abandoned them. No more trains, airplanes, or even car constructs were created. And the remaining ones have left along, and in some territories, they were even removed. As for the schools, a lot of them were also closed, while in many places, there were no teachers to teach, or the sects did not care enough to find ways for ordinary people to attend. No wonder civilization has existed for trillions of years in this world, and the culture is still similar to ancient times. Cultivators are now used to treating mortals as lesser beings than themselves. Once it benefits them, they will be nice and proactive. However, once there is no longer anything to gain. Wang Wei shook his head. Although he expected this, he was quite disappointed. He thought that this situation would happen only in the domains controlled by more conservative sects. However, now, it appeared that the majority of sects are now like this. He even guessed that if it was not for him, the Dao opening sect would also act this way. Well, it does not matter, the foundation has been laid for the future. The reason he wanted to modernize this world and make it better was not just because of the good nature of his heart, nor also because he wanted this world to slightly resemble his past life. The main reason was for his future cultivation. As a transmigrator, and with all the information he has gathered over the years, he could guess that all the great emperors disappeared to go to a more powerful world to cultivate. And in these worlds, great emperors are probably as many dogs. And if he went there, his safety might not be guaranteed. After all, if some random Empyrean or Paragon suddenly decided he was not pleasant to look at, how could he save his life? So, Wang Wei's plan has always been to cultivate a higher realm before going there. If it was up to him, he would not leave until he became a Paragon, although he guessed that this might not be possible. Although this idea is a great one, there is still a major problem: cultivation resources and opportunities. After all, there is a reason that all the great emperors did not stay here. Most likely, the environment was detrimental to their cultivation, plus the lack of resources. And Wang Wei's solution to this problem was merit, incense, and luck. He will gather an enormous amount of these things to bless his cultivation. In his plan, he will not leave the lower dimension until he has the strength of an Empyrean. And to do this, he would have to fundamentally change the world and the life of mortal to acquire more merit, luck, and incense. And with the schools and modern constructs, he had laid a foundation for when he changes the world in the future. Huh, suddenly muttered Wang Wei as he felt something while he was distracted. Chapter 429. Wang Wei looked at the hooded chapter floating in front of him, holding his broken right hand that had a bent dagger in his other hand. While he was distracting, this person suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stabbed him in his head. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei's fleshly body was simply beyond reason. So, instead of killing him as expected, his supreme tier dagger was broken, and the force of the attack broke his wrist. Who are you? More importantly, how did you bypass my senses? He knew that his intuition did not work because this person posed no danger to him. However, even if distracted, it is unreasonable for this person to bypass his senses. The hooded figure did not say anything. Since the assassination failed, he would retreat. A space tear appeared behind him and he turned invisible. Unfortunately for him, before he could leave, Wang Wei clutched his hand. This slight movement generated a massive tornado in the sky that rendered the space in the surrounding turbulent and prevented the assassin from escaping. Oddly though, he could not see this assailant, even with his true vision. So, he added something else to his true vision, the power of karma. The assassin tried to kill him, so there is cause and effect between them. Using that link, he was able to see someone flying with an unparalleled speed in the northeast direction. With one step, he appeared in front of the assassin and waved his hand, making the latter unable to move. The hooded figure could not see the numerous invisible threads that bound him. How could he see me? Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked up and down at this person. You're not from the Death Order Palace. They would not break the rules and send a true monarch to assassinate me. In that case, you must be from Shadow Slayer Temple. Has someone placed a hit list on my head? No, more importantly, have you guys resurfaced in this generation? Wang Wei knew of the Shadow Slayer Temple as they were an assassination group like the Death Order Palace. However, unlike the latter, they had no rules or restrictions. As long as someone paid enough money, they will assassinate the target. Because of this, many emperor lineages were not happy with them, so they banded together to find the headquarters of the temple and destroyed them. Unfortunately, the Shadow Slayer Temple will always resurface after being dormant for a while. No matter how many times they are extinguished, they would resurface again. The odd thing about this organization is the fact they are not an emperor lineage, a Dao lineage, or even an immortal lineage. No, they are just a supreme land, and yet, they are so mysterious and powerful. Every time that they are destroyed, they will resurface again after a while. And all the emperor lineages have sent ancestor-level characters to investigate who is behind them, but nothing has ever been found. According to what Wang Wei knew, even a few great emperors have tried to find the mystery behind this faction. And the closest answer that they come up with is that they are related to the Dao Burial Ground, one of the 6 forbidden zones of the Myriad Emperor world. Amongst the forbidden zones, the Dao Burial Ground might not be the most powerful. That title belonged to the Nether Hell, but it might be the hardest to deal with and the one that poses the most danger to the entire world. And that's because they are very sneaky in doing things. Once in a while, countless figures whose face has been covered by a black fog will come out from that area and begin to massacre everyone in their paths, whether it was mortals, cultivators, or demon races. They would kill everything and absorb their essence. However, these individuals will never attack the domains of some powerful emperor lineages or their allies. They would also not directly attack the main bases of these lineages. When it comes to the domains of the weaker emperor lineages, they will not be spared. And even if these sects woke up their Dao ancestors and immortal venerables, there are usually people from the forbidden zone on par with these cultivators. What's worse is the fact that the time for their exit is never fixed. Sometimes they come one generation after the other, and other times they wait for a few dozens or more generations before appearing. Many great emperors have tried to deal with this problem once and for all. Unfortunately, there is a reason that this place is considered a forbidden zone. Many second-class great emperors have died inside, and even first-class ones have been greatly injured before running away. A few even died inside as well. As for eternal emperors? Well, this is where the sneakiness of this forbidden zone comes into place. The moment an eternal emperor is born, the entire area will disappear without a trace. And it seemed that even eternal emperors could not find them. Because of this, this forbidden zone has existed since the ancient emperor era. How could he know my identity? Thought the hooded figure. Of course, Wang Wei has been reading this guy's fate line. Although this assassin has a magical artifact that locked his fate line, with Wang Wei's current ability and by mixing the power of fate with karma, he can still acquire a great deal of information. So, in his eyes, he experienced the cruel training that this assassin experienced back in the Shadow Slayer Temple, and all the people he secretly killed during his existence as an assassin. Unfortunately, he could not find the person who placed a price on his head. However, he did not learn how this person managed to bypass his senses. The temple handed this man an innate treasure to ensure the success of this mission. One with a powerful invisibility ability. Well, it seems that my luck is on the rise. I just got 2 innate treasures one after the other, muttered Wang Wei, who then proceeded to check his chi luck to ensure that someone was not using it to trap him. Being lucky is a good thing, but being too lucky is usually a sign that something is wrong. So, he had to make sure. I just invented a new technique, so, let's try it on you, said Wang Wei with a smile that terrified the assassin. Karma severing, the assassin saw countless yellow threads connected to him appear, then, a sword also appeared before cutting these threads one by one. Immediately afterward, a terrified look appeared on his face. He could feel it, his existence was being erased. All the people who knew of his existence had their memories of him forcibly erased. Whether it was his fellow competitors back in the temple, his instructor, his leader, and even the love of his life. He met her during a mission after he was injured. She healed him back to health even though he was a stranger. She was the kindest soul he had ever met, so he hid his identity from her. After becoming a companion with her, he would spend all his time when he was not on a mission with her. His leader told him that this mission had a high chance of failure, however, if he succeeded, he would be granted his freedom and can finally settle down. Although the assassin knew that his leader might be lying to him, he did not hesitate to take the risk, just because of the chance of being with her. And now, he did not exist to her. From now on, she would not remember all the joyous time they spent together, all their laughter, sorry, and moments together with each thread cut. The assassin could feel a part of him disappearing, all trace of his existence was forcibly erased. He knew that once all the threads were cut off, he would die. However, he was wrong. After all the threads were cut off, a barrier surrounded him to prevent him from completely disappearing from this world. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. He created this technique as a prototype to deal with eternal emperors in the future. By erasing all their cause and effect, he should be able to erase all their existence. All their achievements in history, all documents that have their name, all the people who remembered them, as long as they were erased, they can be killed. This was not the reason he frowned. He was quite satisfied with this prototype spell. The reason he frowned is that he felt an existence that was not affected by his spell. This existence did not have any karmic threads connected to the assassin, or at least Wang Wei could not see it, and yet, Wang Wei could feel that this person was not affected by this spell. The existence could remember the assassin and if wanted, could prevent him from disappearing, although it appeared as if it was not prepared to do so. Could this guy be really related to the Dao burial ground? After thinking about it, he waved his hand and the assassin turned into a bead and was sealed inside. He thought that he may have some other use. Then, without hesitation, he broke the space and headed straight to the Yu family's domain. Chapter 430. Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Lightbringer Domain, Yu family's hopeful city. Li Jun sat on a small wooden boat with a fish rod in his hand. He has been on this spot for the past 2 days. The lake was clear and peaceful, unlike his mind. A small ripple appeared on the calm lake, signaling that his rod had caught something. However, Li Jun was looking in the distance, dazed and unfocused. So, for the 20th time in the past few days, the fish he caught ran away. "You're wasting bait," suddenly said a voice. The fishes in the lake were spirit fishes with many properties. As such, the bait used to catch them was also very valuable. Li Jun looked at the beautiful girl that smelled like flowers that appeared next to him and smiled stiffly before nodding his head. "Are you ready to talk yet?" asked Yen Liling. Li Jun looked at the river for a few seconds. "Have you ever felt useless?" "What do you mean?" "I mean to Big Brother. Have you ever felt useless?" Yen Liling became quiet as she listened. "I mean, if you think about it, we bring nothing of value to him. On the contrary, we can even say that we are holding him back." This thought has been in Li Jun's mind lately. In the Qi Luck trial, they served no real purpose. The role that they played could be replaced by any disciples in the sect. The same idea applied to what they did in the heavenly abode world. Other disciples could also easily conquer it. Then, in the heavenly chosen trial, he failed to get a place for his big brother by losing to Fang Lijuan, a person that he once previously defeated. Then, there is the fact that when it comes to Di Tian, not only could he not detect anything, he would have been more of a burden than any help. As such, Li Jun has begun to question his worth in the team, questioning what he brought to the table. Yen Liling looked at the dull light in her husband's eyes. She knew that he was talking and thinking nonsense. And the result of his current depression is the result of a heart demon. All his achievements cannot be replicated by ordinary people or disciples. No one amongst them, including the contemporary sacred sons, could ever defeat Fang Lijuan in a battle, not even in 1,000 years. As for the heavenly abode, some of the supreme gods had reached a saint strength level, so it would be virtually impossible for the sect to conquer this world given the circumstances surrounding it. As for Di Tian, even the true monarchs of the sect were powerless. Even Big Brother Wang Wei did not detect anything, so there was nothing that they could have done. Of course, the argument could be made that all of Li Jun's achievements could be accomplished by Wang Wei alone. He could have conquered both the warring state world and the heavenly abode world. However, there is still a problem with this approach. In the Qi Luck trial, he would still have needed help to govern the country. If he had to play the role of ruler, general, and prime minister, he would have tired himself both physically and mentally. And at that time, the other heaven chosen would have taken advantage of his situation. As for the heavenly abode world, the amount of time he would have to take to infiltrate the Origin Pill Dao sect, then go conquer that world and ensure that the population is large enough for his plan, all this time would have affected his cultivation time. As a result, there is no way that he could have been as powerful as he was now. So, Li Jun's words are nothing but the manifestation of a heart demon. Yen Liling understood that their existence served two purposes. One is to ensure that Wang Wei is not bogged down by trivial many. That way, his strength can grow rapidly without worrying about anything else. The second and most important purpose is to be his shield during the heaven-will battle. One of the common tactics used in that battle is besieging other heaven chosens, especially the ones who have the obvious advantages. Other heaven chosens will band together to encircle the people with the highest chance of sitting on the throne. They will use assassination, poison, curses, forbidden spells, and even hold the participants' families and loved ones hostage if possible. Because of this, many sects or factions will raise dead man with the sole purpose of exploding themselves to do damage to the enemy. Many emperor lineages and factions of that level will ask the Supreme Land and Holy Land in their territories to send a large number of people to serve as cannon fodder in the battle, and in return, they will receive generous rewards. Well, sometimes they would also be forced. The purpose of Li Jun and the others' existence is to block these people. Otherwise, even if Wang Wei could easily defeat them, he might be slightly injured in the process, his stamina decrease, or his state of mind not in its peak. Any of these slight disadvantages are enough reasons for him to lose the Heaven Will battle, especially with an enemy like Di Tian. So, the purpose of the team is to fight against these people and tactics, and if necessary, to use the same one against Wang Wei's enemy. And this is not a job designed especially for them. No, the idea of Emperor's General is prevalent throughout the myriad Emperor world. All Heaven Chosens will have a general trained by their sects to help them. It's just that not all these generals are as close as Wang Wei and Li Jun. And they do not receive as many resources and training as them. Most generals are treated as pawns to be sacrificed when necessary during the Heaven Will battle. Of course, there are exceptions besides Li Jun and Wang Wei. For example, Ji Song's big brother was designed to be his main general. Yan Liling sighed out loud before taking out a piece of paper from her space ring and handed to him. Li Jun squinted his eyes after reading the whole thing. This is, yes. It's based on Big Brother's concept of industrialization and mass production. For the past 1,000 years, I have been studying artifact refining to create this prototype design. What are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that your feeling of inadequacy is because of your lack of strength. Although you know that Big Brother does not care whether you are of use to him or not, you still cannot accept your weakness. So, as long as you're strong enough, everything will be fine. Li Jun paused for a moment as he realized that she was correct. His feelings and thought indeed came from his lack of confidence and strength. Maybe, a small part of him still thinks that he is still the little fatty that no one liked, that no one paid attention to unless he was being bullied, and that everyone despised him because of his low talent. And without his big brother standing up for him to protect him, he would never have the strength and confidence that he developed over the past 1,000 years. And Li Jun swore that he will do everything in his power to ensure that his big brother became a great emperor, even if he has to give up his life. Even when he was entering the divine body realm, the goal and dream he instilled inside his flame of good fortune were that he will be the spear that remove all obstacles in Wang Wei's path and at all cost. Unfortunately, recent events have proven that he is incapable of following through with his goals, so he questioned everything he believed in, and everything he has done. But, just like Liling said, his confusion and doubts boiled down to one thing: his lack of strength. It is a shame that most things in the cultivating can be boiled down to this simple fact, but it is the truth, an undesired truth, but a truth nonetheless. You may be right. But this is not something that can easily be solved. At my current strength, it is very difficult for a sudden increase. He has pushed his foundation to the peak of what was possible. So, it is not possible for a rapid increase in abilities at this stage. Sure there is, replied Yan Liling. Didn't Big Brother say that the sect had trials for rare resources? As long as you can pass these trials and get access to them, your strength should be able to rapidly increase. Li Jun's eyes suddenly lit up after thinking about this. As the next heir of the Li family, he has the right to participate in these trials. As long as he talked to his dad, there should be no problem getting access. So, without hesitation, Li Jun flew in one direction. However, a few seconds later, he flew back, and kissed Yan Liling on the cheek before saying, "I love you." Then, he flew away once again, leaving a beautiful girl smiling ear to ear. If only he could be dedicated to one girl like Big Brother, he would be perfect, muttered Yan Liling. Anyway, as long as I'm the madam of the household, everything else is acceptable. Meanwhile, in front of Hopeful City, a space crack appeared and a handsome young man with gray-silver hair and eyes came from it. Chapter 431. Wang Wei looked at the humongous wall that protected this entire city. With a single look, he could tell that it was made of a combination of many quasi-emperor materials including blue stone, dragon tail wood, and barbarian bronze. Additionally, he could feel that the arrangement of the city was most likely an array. Wang Wei walked to the entrance where two people dressed in black armor stood guard. Both of them were in the primordial spirit realm. This is the residence of the Yu clan, so only its members and invented individuals are allowed to enter. So, please identify yourself. Wang Wei took out a token from his space ring to hand it to one of the guards. The latter inspected for a brief moment and snorted coldly before allowing him inside. Meanwhile, the other guard was also given him a side eye. Wang Wei was wondering what was going on. He followed the rules of the city and did not fly without permission. Hopeful City was divided into two sections, the outer and inner area. The outer area is where the branch members of the Yu clan were located, while the inner area is for both the main branch members and the branch members that displayed excellent talent. As Wang Wei headed to the inner area, he could feel the concentration of spiritual qi increase in scale. The inner area was also separated by another wall, so Wang Wei had to show his identity once again to enter. However, this time, the guards were even ruder and asked him to wait even after identifying him. Intrigued by these people's animosity, he did not make any scenes, nor directly called his mother and grandma. A few minutes later, he saw a young man dressed in all white flying toward him. The young man had a white halo on his head similar to an angel, and he left a golden light trail behind him. After the young man landed, he looked at Wang Wei directly with scorching eyes, not hiding his animosity in the slightest. "Are you my cousin, Upatian?" This young man in front of him was his cousin, the son of his mother's sister. However, from what Wang Wei remembered, his mother did not have the best relationship with his sister. Additionally, his aunt has been in retreat for quite some time now, and only exited when Wang Wei was lost in the endless void. "It is an honor for the mighty sacred son to remember my name," replied Upatian with a sneer. "Interesting. Because of my status, I have never been treated as a protagonist ever since I came to this world. Could it be finally my turn? How exciting. How should I play this out?" thought Wang Wei. "Not even hiding your disgust of me, are you?" "Why should I?" said Upatian. "Ever since he was young, his life has been miserable. The reason? Because of his cousin. No matter what he did, no matter what he achieved, even if he is better than all his peers, he will always be measured by his cousin and told that he was not enough. Whether it was his grandfather, grandma, or even his mother who was in retreat. She would send clones to check on him, then shake her head in disappointment when compared to his cousin. By now, Epatian knew that if not because the Dao opening sect was a more powerful lineage, the status of the Yu clan patriarch would have been his cousin. In that case, let's settle things the cultivating way, with strength. Fine by me. Immediately afterward, 6 rings appeared behind Upatian forming the shape of a wing. He raised his aura to the pinnacle, preparing for battle. However, it did not take long for him to freeze in place, his legs shaking. It took him a great deal of will not to fall on the floor, wiping and begging for mercy. And that was because of one look from Wang Wei. Upatian felt a tremendous pressure on his primordial spirit, making him unable to move, breathe, or think. "Oh, my bad. Maybe I should give you some time to use the power of the Yu clan's light manifestation art." After saying that, he removed the aura he was releasing on Upatian. However, the latter was frozen in place, not daring to move or speak. So, after a few seconds of non-action, Wang Wei walked next to him and patted his shoulder. "Cousin, I can imagine how hard your life can be, living in someone else's shadow. But, you have to understand, that some people are simply not in the same league as others. Although this may sound cruel, it is the truth. So, the sooner you accept this fact, the sooner you can move on with your life and find your own purpose, your own happiness." Upatian looked at his hand, then laughed out loud maniacally. Yes, not all people are the same. Fate is unfair, fate is unfair. After saying that, he flew away in the direction of the outer area. As for Wang Wei, he did care. In this period, most geniuses and heaven-chosens are in the primordial spirit realm, so it is easier for them to breed heart demon. And his cousin was one of the many amongst them. However, this encounter made him realize something. This world has begun to assimilate me, thought Wang Wei. The reason he said that was because of the Yu clan's emperor scripture. After seeing his cousin, he realized that he never took a look at their clan scripture, nor even his mother's scripture, the Darkness Domination book. The Yu clan is famous for their light power scripture, which was inspired by the light race. Back in the Devil era, the Yu clan patriarch studied the light race that feeds on positive karma and is the antithesis of the devil race. He wanted to use their power to end the reign of the devil race on this world. And after becoming a first-class great emperor in that era, he managed to bring some level of peace and stability to the human race. And before leaving, he fought with the 9 devil gods and even severely injured one of them. In the end, he also had to leave full of injuries. As for Yu Yan's scripture, she created one that was the opposite of her family by cultivating the Tao of darkness. Her goal was that after proving the Tao and creating this scripture, one day in the future, a talented member of the clan can cultivate both these techniques and fuse them to walk on the path of yin and yang, thus furthering the foundation of the family. And despite how wonderful both of these scriptures were, I never once thought about looking at them, cultivating them, or taking inspiration from them. This is a problem. Wang Wei knew the reason for this being, at least the surface reason. Even though cultivation mostly eliminates the differences between men and women, this is a male-dominant society culturally wise. As such, his mother essentially married into the Tao opening sect and was no longer part of the Yu clan. As the next sect master, it is normal for Wang Wei to only cultivate the technique of his sect, even though his mother or her family would not mind letting him use theirs. This is the normal thinking of all the people of this world, including his father, grandfather, and even his mother. However, as a modern person, and a person that strives to be free and unfettered, Wang Wei should never follow or be restricted by these rules or ideas. So, the only explanation is that he is slowly being assimilated by this world. While his existence has changed the world also changing him. And as he grows older, this problem will become more severe. I need to watch out for this. After thinking of this, Wang Wei looked in one direction in the sky before entering the inner area. He could feel that his empress was here waiting for him. He could not wait to become a married man and enjoyed a life of bliss. Meanwhile, in the sky, 2 invisible people were talking using their divine senses suddenly appeared. They knew that Wang Wei discovered them. Should we go after the young master? No, as long as he does not leave Hopeful City, he will be fine. One of them sighed out loud. I knew that the difference between them was vast, but not to this extent. Using just his aura, we all knew that the young master was not that excellent. Unfortunately, in this generation, this is the most talented individual we have. We do not need him to be exceptional but stable. As long as he does not do anything outrageous and ensures a good relationship with the second young master, everything will be fine. Many of the Yu clan knew that their second young master had a high chance of becoming a great emperor in this generation, so they have to rely on him for the clan to benefit in the future. As such, they have to ensure that nothing goes wrong in the process. Even the matriarch of the clan knew this and made sure to somewhat alleviate her relationship with her sister. Or at the very least not let it get in the way of the clan's bright future. Chapter 432. Wang Wei rushed to one of the biggest mansions in the inner area. And as soon as he arrived, he saw a beautiful woman lying down on a reclining chair, her long legs hanging down as if dancing with the wind. With a smile on his face, he immediately squeezed onto the chair so that the two were hugging each other. Looks like you're all patched up now. Yes, I am a new and improved man. That's good. Are you all right? You don't sound like your usual self. No, it's just that something frustrating happened when I was trying to find the Fate Stone. Do you want to talk about it? It's nothing serious. My memory is failing me, replied Wu Hong as she handed him a silver stone. Wang Wei took the stone with his left while caressing her face and hair. Are you sure you're right? I'm fine. It is frustrating to know that you should know something but cannot remember no matter what. However, now is not the time for a negative mood since our wedding is coming soon. Wu Hong could not help but think of their wedding in the previous timeline. At that time, countless paragons, empyreans, and great emperors came to attend bringing lavish gifts. Not to mention Dao monarchs and immortal kings. And these powerful people did not only come from the eternal ascension world but also different worlds in chaos. Auspicious clouds surrounded the entire upper dimension for 10,000 years to celebrate the union of these two boundless paragons. Many people were blessed and had their cultivation drastically increased, and even increase in lifespans for the mortals. In general, it was an extravagant wedding. However, this time around, the two decided on a small wedding with friends and families. And a small ceremony will be more than enough. While thinking about this, Wu Hong could not help but smile. Personally, she did not care about the size of the wedding. Her younger self would have wanted a grand wedding with her personality or mental state that she was worthy of the best things in the world. However, as she grew older and wiser, she became calmer and more confident in herself, so such things had little impact on her. However, Wang Wei insisted on throwing such a wedding to show his affection for her, so she agreed. However, in this timeline, both of them wanted their wedding to be more intimate, hence the small size. I just had a great idea, suddenly said Wang Wei. What is it? Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? That way we can be matched as a couple. Wu Hong turned to look straight at him in the eyes. Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? But I love my hair color, it's so much cooler. And I love mine, replied Wu Hong. Alright, no need to be annoyed, it was just a suggestion. Wang Wei knew best not to anger the person that will control his love life in the future. He has learned a great deal from his father. Plus, he was still counting on her to let him be on top once in a while, so he would never ruin his little opportunity by saying or doing something stupid. So, he immediately changed the subject by handing the sealing orb of the previous assassin to her. Know anything about this? The rats from the Dao burial ground? So, the shadow-slaying temple is related to them. Indeed, replied Wu Hong as she looked at the orb. So, what's the deal with that forbidden zone? There are a few emperors who sealed themselves inside, and even an eternal emperor might be the real leader. Oh, why are they doing this? Asked Wang Wei in puzzlement. Fear, replied Wu Hong with a sneer. The majority of them were losers who could not make it in the upper realm. And after dying there, they banded together to resurrect in that place, slowly swallowing the source of the world to cultivate. What is the reason for slaughtering so many people once in a while? I do not know exactly, but it should be nothing good. Wu Hong paused for a moment before saying, I will find a way to find the hiding place of these cockroaches. When you prove the Tao, even if they run away, you can find them and eliminate these scourges for good. After she proved the Tao, the people in the Tao burial ground ran away, and even with her method, she could not find them. Will that eternal emperor be a problem? The moment he decided to run away from the competition of the upper realm for his survival, he had already lost the heart of a powerhouse. So, don't worry about it. Wang Wei nodded. Then, the two chatted about many things before going to prepare for the wedding. Although the ceremony was only for friends and family, notifications were sent to all the emperor lineages of this union. After all, the next sect master of the Dao opening sect was getting married. People have to know. Because of this, countless gifts were sent to the Yu clan city from these lineages. And even smaller sects sent presents once they learned of the news. Although these guys wished an actual wedding took place so that they could have a chance to meet some powerful people and make some connections. A month later, the auspicious day for the wedding finally arrived. Wu Hong and Wang Wei were both dressed in all red with all the upper echelons of the Dao opening sect and the Yu clan attended. An altar was placed in the middle of the room. The couple held hands while standing at the front. Wang Wei's grandfather said out loud, "Bow to the parents." The two of them moved their bodies to bow. Wang Chang, Wang Tian, Yu Yan, Yun Zhaojun, and another old man who had a very long white beard, dressed in a yellow robe. This man was Yu Yong, and he was Wang Wei's grandfather on his mother's side. Once they bow to these people, the two of them moved to bow to Wu Feng, the guardian of the Nine Devil God. Wu Hong's mortal parents are long gone, so he took their places and represented her. Of course, Wu Feng was crying inside as he knew the identity and status of Wu Hong. If she did not ask him to come and persuaded him with strong words, he would never dare come here, let alone receive a bow from her. "Bow to the Dao," yelled Wang Chang. Usually, in such a ceremony, the couples would bow to heaven. Unfortunately, none of the wedding couples wanted so. Wu Hong did not think that heaven could withstand a bow from her, and Wang Wei had a rocky relationship with heavenly Dao. So, as a compromise, they bowed to the grand Dao. After the couple bowed to the altar in the room, Wang Chang continued, "Bow to each other." The two faced each other and smiled before bowing to one another. Finally, Yu Yan took a red string and tied the pinky finger of each of them. This part of the ceremony was the Dao companion's vow. "May Grand Dao is our witness," said the two in unison. "On this day, we take the oath to become companions, to support one another no matter the circumstance, in health, sickness, danger, wealth, and opportunity. And this oath is binding to the ends of time. To the end of the Dao." The red string tied to their fingers then lit up and floated in the air. One end entered Wang Wei's forehead while the other Wu Hong's, then, disappeared. The two then held each other before kissing. This was supposed to be a little kiss, but these two were a little too passionate. In the end, Wang Chang had to cough out loud to remind them where they were. It was at this time that Wang Wei noticed that the sky had changed. A purple cloud enveloped the entire Yu clan's domain. These auspicious clouds did not have any benefit, but it was quite pleasing to the eyes. This was an acknowledgement of heaven and earth of the union of these two people even if they disrespected it. After all, who was Wu Hong? Can the wedding of such a person be ordinary? Plus, heavenly Dao did not have emotions and did not care that much whether cultivators respected it or not. At least when they are not detrimental to the order of the world. After the ceremony was the wedding party where everybody tried to get both the groom and the bride drunk. Wang Tian set the rule that no one can use their origin essence to remove the alcohol from their bodies, and even asked Wu Hong to seal the fleshly bodies of the body refiners to remove their natural resistance to alcohol. Unfortunately, even with these disadvantages, Wang Wei still drank more than everybody else while still remaining conscious, even though everybody was trying to compete with him at the same time. All he could say was that these people did not know the pain in trying to move up the ladder in the Republic. Every time he met with a client or government official, he had to take them drinking. And refusing to drink was a sign of rudeness, especially when he first graduated and was a new junior in the company. So, he had quite the high threshold for alcohol. Well, he had to, otherwise he might not have made it. After everyone passed out, mostly the mean, he headed to the wedding chambers. He had been dreaming and waiting about this moment for far too long. Chapter 433. After entering the chamber, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong floating in the air with her legs crossed. She looked both ethereal and divine in the red clothes. He wanted to find some words to describe her beauty. Unfortunately, he realized that he was no poet. And even if he was, no words were enough to describe how beautiful she was, nor how happy he was she chose him. He then proceeded to remove the seal in his body along with the alcohol, thus making his mind clearer. Finally, his gaze locked on the long legs, almost salivating. "You know, at this point, I have to consider that you have a fetish," said Wu Hong as she stood on the bed, fully displaying her curvatures and assets. I think it's a little too late for you to realize that now. Wang Wei appeared on the bed and held her in his hand. The two looked at each other deep in the eyes and smiled as if they were the only two people in this world. They carefully undressed one another, while admiring each other's physique. Then, they finally joined together, and this union was not only their physical bodies but of their primordial spirit. And at that exact moment, Wang Wei felt an enormous amount of pure primordial yin entering his body and perfectly blend with his primordial yang. Then, under his control, the primordial yin-yang entered his true primordial spirit. A white chart appeared on top of his primordial spirit for a few minutes before rapidly turning black. This was the yin-yang reversal stage of the primordial spirit. In just a few seconds, Wang Wei completed this step and entered the yang god stage of this reel, and this was not the end. As he absorbed more primordial yin-yang energy, he also reached the peak of the yang god state. A black and white yin-yang chart appeared on top of his primordial spirit, with a dot of white in the black part and a dot of black in the white part. However, the primordial yin-yang energy was far from over, and Wang Wei knew exactly what to do with it. He began to open his star acupoints from the last official level of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. According to the scripture, there are a total of 1962 acupoints in the human body, and Wang Wei needs to use the power of the stars to not only open them up but also store them inside. However, he was now using yin-yang energy to open some of them. In just a few seconds, he opened 320 of them, however, this was his limit since he did not nurture them yet and so on. However, with only this open, he could feel that the strength of his fleshly body drastically increased by about 30 dragon force. On top of that, there is still more energy left. So, he divided it into two parts. One portion was used to create a yin-yang flame. Wang Wei combined the nether ghost flame that he got from Zhou Shu and the true yang flame that he cultivated on the sun. As for the rest, he stored it in his body for later use. A few hours later, Wang Wei lay on the bed painting out loud with sweat on his body. Wu Hong was cuddled inside his arm like a kitten. Is this what it feels like when the Daoists talk about achieving the Tao? Or maybe the Buddhist state of nirvana and reaching the Pure Land? You know you just committed blasphemy, right? No one will know, so it's fine. Since you can talk so much, you should be fine for another round? Wang Wei almost cursed out loud after hearing this. With his fleshly body, it should be a normal thing for him to last a few months in bed even with a quasi-emperor. And if it was a mortal, the poor woman would probably not be able to withstand his body and he could last a few hundred years, and yet, this time, he only lasted 5 hours. This was a great honor for his wife but a great shame for him. And since she asked him, how could he refuse? So, he activated all his healing abilities and focused them on his kidneys. According to Chinese medicine theory, this was the source of man's primordial yang and the factor that determined their fighting prowess in bed. So, Wang Wei did not hesitate to return to his peak state and even activated the innate material he absorbed inside when he was refining his internal organs. Of course, I'm ready. In that case, let's do something different this time, said Wu Hong. What do you have in mind? Let's see what it feels like while we are flying at a speed faster than light. Interesting idea, and a little freaky. However, the room is too small for this, and I have not reached the level of shamelessness when I can participate in public nudity. You should work on that lack of state of mind, replied Wu Hong nonchalantly. However, you don't have to worry. I will create a small world so we can have enough space. I will work on that. As for your idea, don't make it a small continent but a world full of stars and planets. I always wonder how it would be to have sex in space. I like your forward thinking. I have even more wild ideas. On the third round, I want many clones of you. It's about time I know what it's like to have a harem. Third round? A little ambitious, I see. But can you last until then? I'll manage somehow. Fine by me, but our first time was the only time you'll be on top. Come on, throw me a bone once in a while, said Wang Wei. Don't be so heartless, at least give me another opportunity. I'm in a good mood, so I'll decide based on your next performance. Immediately after that, a seal was placed on this room before it was turned into a world bigger than most middle thousand worlds. Then, two people flying throughout the stars could be seen with their moans of passion echoed throughout the entire universe. Luckily, there was no one in this place to hear anything, otherwise, myriad races and civilizations would have nightmares for eternity with how loud and seductive these moans were. 3 days later, Wang Wei and Wu Hong walked out of the room. However, what greeted them was a group of people waiting for him. They were all his elders. Wu Hong was still her calm face, as for Wang Wei, he was as pale as paper. Nevertheless, he still had thick skin. "Youngster, it's better to know restraint," said Yu Yong. Wang Wei nodded his head as he popped some pills inside his mouth to barely regain some color. How disappointing, he only lasted 3 days. "He has shamed me as his father," muttered Wang Tian softly. "We both know that this is not true," replied Yu Yen. "Could you not give me face this one time in front of my son?" complained Wang Tian. "With these people's cultivation, how could they not hear me?" And he became even more aggrieved when he saw the smirking look his son was giving him. According to ritual, the day after the wedding night, the bride and groom will have tea with the family where they have to serve tea to the elders as a sign of respect. However, these two stayed in their bedroom for an extra 2 days, making everyone wait for them. Truth be told, the two stayed longer inside as Wu Hong even bent time a little so the flow of time was faster inside. During the tea ceremony, Yun Zhaojun had to offer her grandson some healing tea after seeing how bad of a shape he was on. "Your grandfather is right, you should learn some moderation." "I know. I just got a little excited and things got out of control." "I understand how excited newlyweds can be. Your grandfather was like this, so was your father." Coughed Yu Yong out loud. "There is no need to tell the youngsters about such a thing." After that, the family continued the ceremony where Wang Wei and Wu Hong offered tea to everyone present, including his aunt named Yu Daiyu. This time, Wu Feng was not present as he ran away while scared the next day after the wedding. Wang Wei held Wu Hong's hands and asked through divine sense. "Are you alright? Are you worried about me because my family is not here?" "Yes. I don't want you to be sad because of this. There is no need to worry. I have long since seen through life and death and accepted the partings that come with it. Plus, now, your family is my family." "Yes. We are your family now." The family had a pleasant meal together, and in the end, Wang Wei followed his grandfather. This was the first time he had seen the old man's real body and he had a few things to talk to him about. Chapter 434. Yu Yong and Wang Wei sat cross-legged in a small yet comfortable room. Hot fresh tea was once again brewed while the two chatted. The old man looked at his grandson up and down before sighing deeply out loud. "Look at you, you are all grown up now. In just a blink of an eye, the little brat I remember with eyes full of wisdom and curiosity about the world is now a young man. A young man with a wife of his own, and maybe soon, a family." Yu Yong could not help but think about a few thousand years ago when his grandson was born. Back then, he was still in retreat to treat his injuries, so he could not be present. As such, he sent a clone instead. He remembered the first time he held Wang Wei. Despite being just born, his eyes gleamed with intelligence and he seemed to be observing the world around him. His smile was so pure and infectious that for the first time since the Heaven Will battle, Yu Yong had a genuine joyous smile on his face. "Thank you, grandfather," replied Wang Wei with a smile. "I'm truly sorry that I could not be more involved in your life. I truly wished we had more time together. I understand your circumstance, so I do not mind. Speaking of, how is your injury?" From what Wang Wei could see, his grandfather was perfectly fine physically. As for his soul, he did not want to intrude, so he did not check. However, with the large merit that the Yu clan received during the creation of Shoal Project, it should be no problem to either heal or alleviate the problem. Yu Yong sighed after hearing this. My physical injury was never the problem, it was my heart. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. What exactly happened during your Heaven Will battle? Why is it that both you and my paternal grandfather have their Dao hearts affected? Yu Yong was in a momentary gaze after hearing this. It was as if his mind had traveled elsewhere, traveled to the past. Tell me, when you hear the title Emperor Nine Sons, what kind of law do you think such a person cultivate? I would say the Tao of pure Yang or some version of the Tao of fire. That's right, that's what most people thought, replied Yu Yong, his voice containing some madness in it. In our generation, Yang Chen or Emperor Nine Sons was a heavenly chosen from a supreme land known for his fierce mastery of the laws of fire. During his entire career when he faced his peers, he always used his fire mastery. But during the Heaven Will battle, near the end, there were only 5 people left, me, your grandfather, Yang Chen, and 2 other people. The Heaven Will had already appeared, but we were keeping a balance and preventing the others from acquiring it. Yu Yong paused as he gritted his teeth, hatred flashed across his eyes. Do you know the swordsman's method of sword brewing? You mean when they sheath their swords and nourish it with their sword intense or will for many years so that when they draw it again, they can exert power beyond their normal self? Exactly. Many swordsmen will use this method when facing an enemy more powerful than them, or as a form of training to elevate their sword wills to higher levels. Yang Chen did the same thing, except with illusion. No one knew that this man had understood the Tao of illusion to a height on par with his law of fire. Additionally, he brewed a powerful illusion for over 100,000 years. And at the final moment of that battle, when we were all tired mentally and physically, he released that illusion. The teacup in Yu Yong's hand broke, but he did not seem to realize this. His eyes were still dazed. The other 2 people's primordial spirit was instantly annihilated by the power of that illusion. As for Wang Chong and I, although we managed to survive that attack, our Tao heart was full of flaws, almost shattered. Yang Chen went along to prove the Tao, and that shameless man even took the name Nine Sons. Wang Wei had a deep frown on his face after hearing this. Injuries to a cultivator's Tao heart are the most severe ones, as there is no official way to cure such a thing. There are no pills or other methods to deal with such a problem. Maybe merit could alleviate the problem but not cure it, unless there was a massive amount of it. However, doing so would probably leave even more dire consequences. A cultivator's Tao heart having flaws meant that their views of the world have been drastically changed or affected, or the things that they used to hold dear or loved no longer mattered. It could also mean that their goals and dreams no longer mattered to them, and so many other things. In conclusion, their heart or desire to pursue the Tao is no longer firm. They constantly question everything, decisions, goals, or ideas that they have. In essence, it can be considered a higher form of mental illness specifically targeted at cultivators. The only difference is that the way for them to treat this problem is to fix it themselves. Other people can talk to them to help, however, unless they deal with the issue themselves, then the problem won't change. Wang Wei had to take into account how to deal with this problem for his grandfathers in the future. As for the issue of Emperor Nine Sons, he did not think that the latter did anything wrong. The battle for the throne is never a fair one, and any method used is viable. Wang Wei decided to learn from his elders' experiences so that he does not fail under the same circumstance. Of course, based on his grandfather's response, he would not tell the old man his real thoughts to not set him off. "I'm sorry to make you relive such terrible memories," said Wang Wei. "It's fine. Hopefully, you can learn from my experience and not make the same mistake," replied Yu Yong. Then, the two began to chat about many different topics, from the events of the world to Wang Wei's experience, to Yu Yong's experience, and finally to cultivation. Their chat lasted for a few hours. Suddenly, the two of them noticed something and appeared in the sky, looking in one direction. And it was not just them, many people felt the sudden change. Such tremendous amount of destiny. How is that possible? Asked Udayu. That's true. Even if that person were to defeat all the current heaven chosen, it should not be possible for him to gather so much destiny. Who is it? In that direction, it should be him, said Wang Wei with a twinkle in his eyes. This person had karma with him, so he used the thread to spy on him. Endless void, slaughter trial, a golden skeleton stood in front of a man that had a finger-size hole on his forehead, along with a look of horror. Then, in just a few seconds, all the other body parts of the skeleton regenerated, displaying Lin Fan's handsome face, with the scar on his eye. I am the final victor. After saying that, he placed his hand on the person's body, a black vortex appeared and the person's body and soul were swallowed. This is the 7th absolute chaos physique that I have absorbed. I can feel it, 2 more and my primordial chaos physique can be achieved. While he was distracted, a bunch of words appeared in the sky. Congratulations, Lin Fan from the Myriad Emperor World, for being the 567th winner of the slaughter trial. Many people were watching this through formation. Most people who were in the trial used their points to not participate in the final battle. And amongst these people, a few of them had one similar thought: it seems that the Myriad Emperor World is on the rise in this generation. I must warn the elders to be prepared. Meanwhile, Lin Fan took the space ring that contained the final reward for being the champion before teleporting back to his mansion. Inside the ring, there were only 3 things, but each of them was beyond valuable. The first one was a chaos treasure specifically. With his knowledge, Lin Fan knew that this kind of treasure was more valuable than any innate or emperor weapons because of how rare they are. Although he can only use a fraction of his power, it can greatly increase his power or strength. Plus, the chaos energy inside is perfectly suited for the primordial chaos physique that he is creating. The second reward is 3 Dao Source Seed. Once again, Lin Fan was shocked by the generosity of the final reward. I can use this seed to make my family more powerful and increase my voice in the academy. He immediately decided to use 2 of the seeds for his family and hand one over to the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. Finally, Lin Fan read the final book, which was labeled, Eternal Talent. Once he was done, he squinted his eyes. Dui Realm? Is that the power Wang Wei used when he attended Su Shi's party? I can use this information to modify my plan. Lin Fan had long discovered that creating a world inside his body was the perfect way for him to control all 3,000 Grand Daos, so he learned the cultivation systems of world communities who followed the path of world creation. However, now, after learning about the Dui realm, he had a better plan. After entering the Saint realm and cultivating a large enough domain, he would turn his domain into a real world. And by doing so, he can push the boundaries of the origin system and enter this Dui realm. Wang Wei, Di Tian, wait for me. I have crawled out from the depth of hell. And the new me is not something any of you can ignore. After muttering these words, Lin Fan no longer hesitated and returned home. He has been gone for far too long. Meanwhile, in some hidden place, Chen Tong watched Lin Fan leave. Is this kid this time's final winner? Quite talented, unfortunately, he is a supreme outlaw. Well, anyway, he still has a chance to survive. He shook his head in disappointment. It was more beneficial to him when the champion of the trial managed to become great emperors or even eternal emperors. Using the karmic connection he established with them during the trial, he can get even more resources for his eventual resurrection. Unfortunately, not all of them succeed in the end, despite the advantage that the trial give them. Chapter 435. Lin Fan was teleported back to the Myriad Emperor world, and the moment he arrived, he was not subtle about his return. Although the trial tempered his Dao heart greatly, some parts of his personality did not change. So, he immediately displayed the enormous amount of destiny that he had acquired. One of the reasons that the trial is responsible for the creation of a few eternal emperors throughout the endless void is because of the power of destiny. All heaven chosens will have certain destiny after being born, and throughout competing with one another, they can take each other's destiny away to increase theirs, just like Wang Wei did to Di Tian. Normally, destiny is not important as it can only increase luck and ensure that the person's cultivation path is smoother. However, in this glorious era where the destiny of an eternal emperor appeared, the more destiny someone has, the higher their chances of becoming an eternal emperor after the final battle. And Lin Fan's case is special. Throughout the slaughter trial, he was able to gather destiny from all the heaven chosens from other heaven-will worlds. This means that statistic-wise, he is currently the person with the greatest chance of becoming an eternal emperor. So, the moment he appeared in the myriad emperor world without hiding, everyone with a certain level of power of luck can feel his presence. Lin Fan looked around to see that he was still in the secret room from which he first left to attend the trial, and a slightly surprised look appeared on his face. With the Academy's formation, any form of teleportation or space transmission should be blocked, especially since he was coming inside. And yet, these measures were proven to be ineffective. Lin Fan sighed slightly as by now, he was more aware of the power of the trial. During his stay, some of the resources that were available for the participants were things that he did not think that the Academy would have access to. Suddenly muttered Lin Fan slightly as he looked in a direction. He could feel that someone was spying on him from very far away. Karmic thread? He waved his hand to find the thread the person was using to spy on him. Chains made of runes appeared in Lin Fan's eyes as he instantly tracked down the person. So, it's you, Sacred Son Wang Wei, said Lin Fan as he looked at the young man with silver-gray hair and eyes. Law manifestation, replied Wang Wei as he looked at the chains in the latter's eyes. You're already in the peak of the void-shattering realm. It seems that the slaughter trial was more valuable than I gave it credit for. Lin Fan only gave him a glance before cutting the connection between the two of them. How did he know about the slaughter trial? This should have been a secret only known to him, his wife, Su Shi, and a few people from the Academy. He did not any of these people would leak this information. Immediately, countless thoughts flashed across his mind, and Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. He remembered one thing that one of his defeated opponents said to him before dying: do you think that becoming the final winner of this trial means anything? In many of our worlds, the true monsters have not shown up yet. And most of us here are nothing but prey to them once we return home. Of course, Lin Fan also knows that his opponent was only saying that to affect his heart, a last-ditch effort to hurt his opponent before dying. However, there might be some truth to that person's words. So, there is no problem with being cautious. After thinking about this, he regains his calm and composed nature before walking out of his mansion. Yu Clan's domain, in the sky, interesting, muttered Wang Wei. He was not surprised that Lin Fan was a realm higher than himself. What slightly surprised him was the fact that the latter also had some understanding of the laws of karma. Then, an interesting idea came to his mind, so he went back to his mansion to plan things, and of course, he dragged his wife to help. A month later. Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Heavenly Lunar Domain, Een Moon Palace. Een Moon Saintess looked at the person in front of him and calmly asked, so, to what I owe this visit from the Dao opening sect? My young sect master has sent me to hand an invitation to both the Palace Saintess and the young Saintess. Is that so? Then, she contacted her disciple to come to the main hall. Then, the envoy handed both of them a card. With a puzzled look on her face, Suya opened and read it. Dear Lady Suya, you are formally invited to a beach party that I'm hosting 3 days from now. If you are willing to participate, please notify my envoy in advance along with whether you are attending with another person or by yourself. Beach party? What on earth is this? Is this some kind of trap? She then continued to read the invitation, which vividly described what was a beach party, along with a heavenly Dao oath that for the duration of this party, no one is allowed to attack each other. So, that's his real plan? Gather all of us together so that we can scope the opponent's strength and progress. Most likely, this is directed at Lin Fan that has just made such a bold return. After thinking about this, Suya injected her origin essence into the invitation and a bunch of weird outfits appeared in front of her in the form of a projection. Is this what he called a bikini? How scandalous, said out loud before proceeding to look at every one of them to choose which one would be best suited for her. Meanwhile, the moon saintess was also doing the same. How could these outfits be so revealing? Only a shameless woman would wear such a thing. However, she did not stop browsing through the catalog that Wang Wei sent her. Who else is going to be attending this beach party? The young sect master and his family, along with a few elders of the sect. The envoy remembered how he was instructed to reply exactly as such if the moon saintess asked that question. Is Wang Tian going to be there? Yes, the sect master will be in attendance. In that case, we will be there too. The envoy bowed before leaving. Suya was not the only one who received this invitation. Lin Fan, Zhen Biyu from the Five Elements Palace, Feng Heng from the Tai Profound Gate, Fang Lijuan, Jian Wushuang, Mo Xingyun, and Sun Jiaolong, Zhang Xian who has the number 7 boundless void physique and is from the worshipping Dao Academy. Even the newly rising heaven chosens like Huang Yuan and Hua Feng Huang was invited to this party. Wang Wei even sent an invitation to the 2 emperor offsprings currently living in the sun. While everyone was thinking about whether to accept his invitation or not, Wang Wei was preparing for this party. And the first thing in his schedule was to actually create sand. Turns out, that this world does not have sands near the ocean. Most likely because the laws of heaven and earth are different from his hometown. So, he had to recreate the sand. The process was quite simple since sands are nothing but rocks or lands that have been broken down over time through constant weathering of the changes of seasons. Additionally, he had to place some formation at the location which was in a domain at the coast of the central Kailine continent. Their purpose was to prevent any sea demonic beasts from coming from the ocean and disrupting the event. Finally, he built a bar and food court, made some pools and jacuzzis for relaxation, a sauna that was applicable to cultivators, and a massage venue. For this part, he had to train some people from the sect to be able to give the proper massages. With his understanding of the human body, it was easier than he anticipated. Wang Wei wanted to turn the entire venue into a water park with many rides for the guests to enjoy. However, after realizing that cultivators can easily fly, it would not be the same experience. So, he forfeited the idea. And just like that, the day of this beach party arrived. Wang Wei had black shorts on along with a casual shirt with flowers on it. Essentially, he was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He stood at the entrance of the party to await the arrival of his guests, however, he seemed very distracted as he kept looking in one direction. And the reason for that was he could not stop looking at Wu Hong in her bikini. Chapter 436. The first person to arrive was Lin Fan and his wife, Su Shi. Just like Wang Wei, he was wearing a shirt and shorts. "What's with that strange look?" asked Lin Fan after seeing the puzzled look on Wang Wei's face. "No, I just thought you were one of those jealous guys that did not want others to see his wife." Wang Wei was not lying. He thought that Lin Fan would bring one of his less favorite concubines and leave Su Shi at home. "I have the most beautiful woman in the world as my wife, why would I not brag? It is my honor to have all these men lusting after, and yet, they can only gaze from far away." Su Shi blushed slightly after hearing this before smiling. And Wang Wei took this opportunity to take a real look at her. She was wearing a pure white two-piece bathing suit. The top further accentuated her womanly assets, while the bottom had a small and thin white fabric that only covered the right side of her torso. The wrap did not reach her knees, thus showing her curves. Her entire demeanor for that bikini is pure and sexy, perfectly combined. "The most beautiful woman," said Wang Wei with a sneer. "Why don't you repeat these words?" His gaze was in the direction of his wife, Wu Hong. The Empress was wearing a black two-piece bikini as well, however, with completely different designs. Her top made an X shape around her neck, the bottom was essentially a cloth that covered her private area with strings leading to both sides of her hips that are tied in a knot. The design perfectly showed her blossoming bosom, which was bigger than Su Shi, and displayed her hourglass figure. However, this was not enough. She had a gray gown on her that floated with the wind along with sunglasses that looked like they were too well made. A clear glass of wine was in her hand as she slowly swirled while looking in the distance. Her entire vibe was as if she was a widow that secretly killed her rich husband because he found out that he had an affair with the maid. That was unacceptable. She gave off the aura that she was so disgustingly rich that she has more than 30 nannies raising her kids for her, and she only sees them once a month for a brief visit, and that is only so that the ladies of upper society do not criticize her for being a bad mother. After all, only poor people raise their children. Ro Lin Fan just snorted coldly. He had to admit that his wife was more beautiful, but only by the traditional standard of beauty. When it comes to confidence, aura, style, and demeanor, these two were not even in the same league. With a smirk on his face, Wang Wei pointed the two to the bar and told them to wait for the others to arrive. The person to arrive was Suya. Her bikini was a beige two-piece as well. However, on the bottom, she also wore a fabric like Shi that looked like a towel. Unlike her though, Suya's was longer, reaching to the floor. However, the fabric only covered her right leg, and every time she moved, her long and well-shaped left leg would flaunt itself, drawing eyes to it like it was some sort of irresistible magnet. To finish her bikini, she was also wearing a large sun hat, adding a more refined temperament to her overwhelming femme fatale vibe. Suya's companion was a young lady that had her head down. She seemed quite embarrassing, and most likely could not get used to how revealing it was. I wonder what would make a man take so much time to design clothes like this, asked Suya. What are you insinuating? Asked Wang Wei with his lips twitched. All I'm saying is that you have to control your desire. And if your wife is not doing her duties in the bedroom, contact me and I'll arrange something for you. After saying that, Suya patted his shoulder before heading to the bar as she saw Lin Fan heading there while flying over here. On her way, she saw Wu Hong and her eyes lit up. How pretty. Then, with a wave of her hand, she condensed her origin essence in the shape of a sunglasses that looked exactly like Wu Hong's design. Then, Suya shook his head before modifying it to make it look slightly bigger. She changed the design until she found something that suited her and put it on. Not long afterward, Jian Wushuang showed up, and he was also accompanied by an unknown young lady. He was not wearing a shirt like the other guys but only shorts. His 8-pack muscle line was on full display, adding on to his sword eyebrow and eyes as sharp as any a divine sword. He was quite handsome to look at. His long hair was not in the usual bound style but tied up so that it laid down on the back. This fact was similar for both Wang Wei and Lin Fan. Who is this? Asked Wang Wei while looking at another shy individual. With one look, the girl gave him a kind of nurturing and very caring vibe. He could smell a slight smell of herbs, meaning she is either an alchemist or a doctor. The reason he was not sure is that she was in the Divine Sea realm and appeared to have just begun to cultivate. This is Daji, my benefactor, introduced Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. Well, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Daji. The pleasure is all mine, she replied with a very soft and low voice. After Wang Wei showed Jian Wushuang to his destination, he looked at him walking away while secretly shaking his head. They say that beauty is the nemesis of all heroes. Maybe it's true. Sun Jialong and Zhang Xian were the two people to arrive next and at virtually the same time. Zhang Xian was alone and wearing only black shorts. Sun Jialong, on the other hand, was wearing golden shorts and shirts with dragon designs on them. He brought two people from his harem that had normal bikinis on them. Fang Lijuan then showed up and she looked dazzling. Her two-piece bikini was composed of a blue flounced top while the bottom was very short shorts. Wang Wei was surprised as he thought that her design would be more extravagant, bold, and showier to match her entire mindset that she was a noble divine being. However, she went with something simple that seemed the very opposite of her personality, and yet, it still perfectly matched her. Wang Wei took a peek as she walked away, admiring her jade-like skin that perfectly went with her bikinis. Suddenly, he heard a voice inside his mind, "You've been having a little too much fun lately. Don't forget you're a married man." "Yes, ma'am," he quickly replied while sweating profusely and looking away. Zhen Biyu then showed up. She was the first person to wear a one-piece bikini to this party. Her design resembled the school swimsuits in the Japanese anime that Wang Wei used to watch. However, it perfectly fitted her body, showing her curves and small bosoms. Unfortunately, her pure and innocent face made anyone slightly ashamed to think about her sexually. "I thought you would not come," said Wang Wei. He was prepared for her to be one of the people who rejected her. "Oh, why? It seems very fun." Wang Wei smiled before showing her the way. This kind of person with a very pure mind is very difficult to predict despite how simple you would think that they are. Hua Fenghuang showed up next. She was wearing a red one-piece swimsuit where the top is connected to the bottom with crisscross straps that ran on her belly. She gave the vibe that she was ready to party all night and get so drunk that she would wake up in a back alley with a homeless man staring at her, and she fears greatly that she might have slept with him because of how wasted she was. She brought a companion with her. It was a young man with all white pupils and a cold face as if everybody in the world owed him something. "Lady Fenghuang, it is a pleasure to meet you again." "This is? The pleasure is all mine. This is the young master of the Yi clan, Ibu." The handsome young man looked at Wang Wei for a moment and slightly nodded his head before ignoring him. And Wang Wei only looked at him without any other action. He could tell that this was a rude person, so there was no point in having any interaction with such a person. So, he briefly chatted with Hua Fenghuang before showing her the way to the bar. The last person to arrive was Huang Yuan. He belonged to the no-shirt group, while his companion was a beautiful woman with a simple black two-piece bikini. He briefly chatted with him before also leading him to the bar. However, he could not remove the thought that the woman next to him was weird. Little did he know that she was Fan Qianhan, Hang Yuan's former wife who betrayed him. After entering the primordial spirit, he used the resources of the loose Cultivation alliance to return to his homeworld and deal with the people who besieged him. He killed all of them, killed all of Fan Qianhan's family, loved ones, and even destroyed her sect. Then, he enslaved her soul and made her his sex slave, doing countless unspeakable things to her to soothe his hatred and wrath. To him, killing her was just an easy way out. He wanted her to suffer for the rest of her miserable life. The final person to show up was Mo Xingyun, and Wang Wei did not know how to describe her swimsuits, if this can be called one. The bottom part was fine as it was just simple black underwear. However, for her top, she only had a star-shaped fabric concealing her nipple area. If this was not a cultivation world, Wang Wei would have told her that she had too much confidence in that piece of fabric not falling off. "Is there a problem?" asked Mo Xingyun. "No, but I'm sure some people will complain about your outfit." "Let them talk then," she replied before leaving. That little goblin totally did it on purpose, thought Wang Wei while pinching his nose. After Mo Xingyun, Wang Wei knew that no one else was coming as Fengheng declined the invitation, so he also headed to the bar. And, after writing this chapter, I realized that I was writing fan service and I became ashamed of myself. Not to mention that it was through the male gaze only. Never doing this again. Chapter 437, Beach Filler Episode. While walking toward the bar, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong approaching her. He once again stares at her and enjoyed the view. "What's wrong? I feel like my outfit is missing something. But I don't know what it is." Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at her up and down. He understood the vibe she was going for. You are missing some accessories, maybe some bracelets in your hands. Bingo, she exclaimed, and with one wave of her hand, a bracelet full of crystal-clear small diamonds appeared on her right wrist. Perfect, she commented with a smile as she felt that her unnaturally rich vibe was complete. Then, she took a great deal of effort to admire herself before saying, "So far, it appears as though this party will be a huge success." "You're right," replied Wang Wei. "Honestly, I thought a lot of people would decline on the account of how revealing the bikinis were. You underestimate cultivators' ability to accept new things, especially members of the younger generation that has not yet become rigid and conservative by time." "That's true. I still think you need to be bolder. Next time, you should organize a nude beach party." Wang Wei almost choked after hearing this. No, he hurriedly said. "Even I'm not that progressive, I'm just joking with you. However, for a person who wants to be free and unfettered, you sure have so many moral and societal restraints." "Well, one of the best parts about being absolutely free is that I can easily recognize and accept my hypocrisy. Whatever helps you sleep at night." While conversing happily with one another, the couple soon reached inside the bar where everyone had a glass in their hands and was drinking. What surprised Wang Wei was the fact that almost everyone had some sort of sunglasses design on their faces. Many people seemed to have copied Su Ya's actions. Wang Wei looked in a corner of the bar where he saw his father and a group of other people chatting while wearing their sunglasses. While he was in charge of receiving the younger generation, his parents were in charge of receiving the people from their generation. Wang Wei's lips twitched when he noticed that even his grandfather's group was also wearing them. Have I started a new trend? Is this a form of cultural invasion? He then secretly shook his head before heading to the stage that he established inside. As the host of the party, he had some things to explain. "Ladies and gentlemen, how are things going? Enjoying yourselves so far?" "Quite so. This is a rare and new experience in my long life. This, happy water, is extremely delicious. Right? I've never tasted something so wonderful. I wonder what heavenly material was used to make. Although it does not have any effect, just the taste is enough to make it very valuable. Forget all that, what I wonder is whether I will get to drink it again after this event." You know what, this is a real concern. Wang Wei has to say that seeing a bunch of cultivators praising the taste of soda and arguing about it is a truly unique experience, one that he cannot find the right words to describe. Nevertheless, it still made him giggle like a little girl inside. To create that, happy water, as he called it, he placed quite the effort. At first, he tried to recreate the recipe for the soda in his mind. However, he had no idea how sodas were made, plus, he did not even think he could find the materials or replacement in this world. In the end, he used a clever method. He sealed the memories of the taste of soda into the batch of drinks he was making. Then, he added a bunch of spiritual material to further elevated the taste to be more suitable for cultivators. Wu Hong even helped him by further concentrating the taste and making it more delicious. Wang Wei used the same trick for all the drinks at this party. "I'm glad that there is no problem and everyone is enjoying themselves," said Wang Wei. However, not long after saying these words, someone said out loud, "I have a problem." "What is it, young Master Lin Fan?" asked Wang Wei with a smile that anyone can see is fake. "Why is the happy water the only drink that is free at this party?" When saying this, he was looking at the menu that was displayed on top of the bar. It was divided into alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks, however, a clear price, in origin sources, was displayed. Although the names of these drinks were weird, a few people have already tried some of them and they gave glowing reviews. A few members of the older generations that are known as wine lovers, alcohol addicts, have been ordering all the drinks on the menu ever since they arrived and have not stopped. "Young master, if you do not want to pay, then don't. No one is forcing you," said Wang Wei with his fake smile, an act that made Lin Fan's mouth twitch his mouth. It is obvious to everyone present that he was being called cheap. I think everyone present would not mind using a few origin sources in exchange for a once-in-lifetime experience. Well said, young Master Wang Wei, suddenly said Suya with a smile. Of course, she was still secretly cursing him for being a profiteer because of how expensive these drinks were. If the people presents were not part of emperor lineages and were wealthy, how could they afford such prices? You are correct. However, I do wonder where these recipes came from. Did you come up with them yourselves or were they discovered in a secret realm? I've been traveling in the endless void to temper my mind. This is where I discovered some of these recipes, while a few of them were my creation, replied Wang Wei calmly and smoothly. The endless void? Different time flow. This could explain the reason for his long disappearance and the reason that his cultivation is only in the peak of the yang stage instead of the shackle-removing stage, thought Suya while still smiling. This could also explain where Lin Fan was and how did he reach the peak of the void-shattering realm. However, my intuition tells me that things are probably not that simple. Nevertheless, I could learn from those too. Spreading my clones to different worlds would not only increase my survivability but also help me better cultivate. All the other Heaven Chosens came to a similar conclusion as Suya. After all, the reason they came here was to check out the competition, and so far, their greatest discovery is Lin Fan's high cultivation and Wang Wei's low cultivation level. To them, these anomalies have a purpose, and discovering the reason being them is of great benefit for them. Meanwhile, Lin Fan began to order everything on the menu to remove the previous embarrassment. He could feel all the sneaky gazes toward him and he knew that they were because of his large amount of destiny and his high cultivation. In the eyes of many people, he was a fat sheep to gain destiny. However, it has not been determined who is the prey and who is the hunter. As for his cultivation level, Lin Fan did not take it seriously. Although he looked like he was a league ahead of his peer, he knew that this would soon change. Cultivating absolute chaos laws required understanding all 3,000 grand Daos and the 800 side doors Daos, for a total of 3,800. This is not something that can be done in a short time, no matter how talented an individual is. So, he was prepared to spend a lot longer in the void-shattering realm than all his peers. And he will even use the Academy's time formation to help him in his understanding. As such, it was only a matter of time before his peers caught up to him cultivation-wise and even surpass him. While thinking about all of this, Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei who was socializing with everyone at the party from the corner of his eyes. He did not think that the latter's low cultivation was simply because he was traveling to another world community with a different time flow. Although he did not have any proof, as a cultivator, he knew to trust his instinct. Then, the party proceeded smoothly. After everybody had their drinks, people dispersed to enjoy the beach. The feel of the sand underneath their feet along with the sound of the ocean was quite the unique experience. Some people went to this jacuzzi to experience it. It was similar to natural hot springs. However, those are only discovered in specific areas with strict conditions. As such, although many of the people present have heard or read about the experience at some point in their lives, a few of them have actually experienced it. The massage parlor was the favorite place of everybody, especially the women and elderly. Based on the technique that Wang Wei invented, a small amount of origin essence will be released inside the body to specific muscle spots or groups. Of course, he also told the people of this fact before the massage to prevent any contradiction or conflict. The sauna was designed by Wang Wei to detoxify both the body, the mind, and the origin essence. He went above and beyond to design supreme tier formations to be used, and since it had many benefits for the people attending, a hefty price was asked for the people to use them, and after hearing the benefits, these people were more than happy to pay. And after using it, all of them sweated out a large of toxins from their bodies, making their bodies, origin essence, and soul to be purer. Many members of the younger generation could feel that they would be able to remove more shackles once they return home. Finally, everyone became excited once Wang Wei proposed a competition. Although they were at first puzzled by the words, sand castle competition, once everything was explained, they were still excited. No matter what they did, all of them wanted to prove that they were the best. And, I promise that the will be the end of this filler and everything will be revealed. Chapter 438, Beach Episode. Each of the Heaven Chosens created a sand sculpture with different artistic concepts or designs. Once everyone finished, the elders would look at their final creations. Lin Fan's piece was the first. A sand model of himself standing straight while laughing smugly, and underneath his feet was a destroyed river and a broken wheel. Chaos reigned supreme, even above fate and reincarnation, commented one of the true monarchs before looking at the Dao opening sect's elders. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this work was alluding to Wang Wei and the D clan heir. The other people just smiled after watching while Wang Chong snorted coldly before sneering. The next work to be looked at was Suya. Her sand sculpture was that of a young woman bleeding on the floor. However, she raised her hand, trying to ask for help. Fear and determination in her eyes, along with a deep longing for life. The desire to survive, an instinct embedded deep in the soul of all living things. Excellent piece of work. Jian Wushuang's work was only a sword, albeit one that was truly well crafted. The details of the sword made anyone who looked at it wonder whether it was truly made out of sands. The odd part about this sword was that it was one, but if you look closer, you could see thousands of them. No, it was more than that, it was as if there were an endless number of them. With passing seconds, with each look, an infinite amount of swords were being created, then fused into one. Infinity condensed into a singularity, commented Yu Yong. This kid's sword Dao might have reached your level. Wang Tian only smiled after hearing this but did not say anything. However, he strongly disagreed. He could tell that Jian Wushuang's sword Dao was not as pure as it looked. Instead of using the sword to control the Dao of infinity, he is using infinity to control the sword. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang's master, felt that something was off with his disciple's sword will, however, he could not pinpoint the exact problem. So, he decided to let the ancestor check it when he returned to the sect. Sun Jiaolong sculpted two men fighting, or dying. One was standing up while piercing the heart of another person who was kneeling. However, the man had an incredible look on his face. Upon closer examination, the standing man had a hole in his throat. As for the man kneeling on the ground, the sword had pierced his chest, and yet, it was only a few millimeters from piercing his heart and killing him. Sun Jiaolong took extra care to carve out the heart and the proximity of the sword. Oh, he seems to be changing his main Dao. Yes. The last time at the academy, he was on the path of the martial emperor, and now, he seemed to be walking on the path of luck. Well, it makes sense since he has the human destiny sword. Thinking about that sword, many of the elders became excited. This sword was too important, especially since it might be the key to the great Qin dynasty treasury. As the only dynasty that managed to rule the entire myriad emperor world, many people could not fathom what was inside. Plus, there is a high chance that the human emperor left his inheritance inside. As such, many people have been salivating about that sword for many years now. And there are only two reasons that Sun Jiaolong and the great Wu dynasty still kept it. The first one was Sun Jiaolong's previous immortality and the established rule that the older generation should not intervene with younger ones. Of course, not everyone followed that rule, especially the devil cultivators. Because of this, ever since there have been rumors that Sun Jiaolong had the sword, he faced countless assassination attempts. Amongst all the heaven chosen, he held the title for the most assassination attempts in his life. Now that Sun Jiaolong was in the primordial spirit realm and no longer immortal, he was also now a fat sheep. As long as the younger generation can take the sword from him, the agreement will not be broken. The sword was too important. Even without the existence of the treasury, it was still of great value. Any sect that has possession of it will forever be protected by the luck or destiny of the human race. So, as long as the human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth in the myriad emperor world, said sect will never be destroyed. By this time, only 2 people were left, Wang Wei and Zhen Biyu. The others were not interested in this competition. Feng Lijuan was acting all snobbish, Zhang Xian seemed distracted about something, and Huang Yuan did not have any interest. His whole demeanor screamed that this competition was childish and served no purpose. Hugo Fenghuang seemed very annoyed. Based on her facial expressions, she appeared as though she wanted to slap her companion, Yibu, to death. As for Mo Xingyun, she flirted with Zhang Xian, not afraid to display her charm, and used her outfit to her benefit. However, there was an undisguised thirst in her eyes. As for whether this was done on purpose or she could not control herself, only she knew the answer to that. Zhen Baiyu's sand sculpture was representative of the 5 elements. It was a small village with a river in the north, a forest in the east, and a mountain in the west. Some of the villagers were mining ores near the mountains, some were farming, and some were creating swords or other weapons through blacksmiths. The temperature appeared to be very hot as even the standing or inactive villagers had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Although it appeared simple, that was only on the surface. The 5 elements are considered the foundation of all matter in the universe, commented one of the elders. And controlling them is to be able to create and control all matters in existence. There is a reason that the Tao of 5 elements is one of the main grand Taos. The final art piece to be judged was Wang Wei. However, many people found his sculpture to be weird. It was essentially sand sculptures of all the heaven chosens attending this party. They all sat at a table, talking and laughing as if they were the best of friends. He managed to catch not only the physical appearance but also their essence quite deeply. Interesting concept. Quite naive, I think. Not naive but hopeful. The whole concept of this sculpture was that all of them had complete control of their fate. Not letting heavenly Tao and the heaven will battle dictate their lives and relationships, to be free of all restraints. Something is odd about this sculpture, thought Lin Fan. However, after checking it thoroughly, he did not find anything. Maybe I'm being too cautious. After that, the elders gathered together to judge the winner. In the end, because most people were biased towards their heaven chosens, they decided that a winner was not necessary to ruin the good atmosphere of this unique gathering. People were not happy about this but did complain, not wanting to come up as rude to their elders. After the sand sculpting competition was the beach volley matches. The rules were set that no powers were to be used during this fun game. However, it was discovered that Suya was secretly affecting her opponent's mind to give her an advantage. The others became furious and a real battle almost broke out. Luckily, the elders once again interfered and prevented things from going out of control. The party lasted for 3 days straight. And each day, the ladies appeared to wear a different bikini design, while the guys changed the color of their shirts or pants. There were many other events planned. And the most well-received among them was surfing. Wang Wei made sure that the formations he placed in the ocean would create these encouraging waves to challenge these powerful cultivators. He also placed many sea race creatures to intercept them, and they had to rely solely on their surfing skill to evade, thus enhancing the overall experience. In these 3 days, due to consuming a large amount of alcohol, these heaven chosens almost came close to fighting each other for real. In the end, they were usually separated and laughed out loud as if nothing happened. Then, everybody left. Wang Wei watched the last void boat flying into the distance. "Your plan was a great success," said Wu Hong next to him. Indeed. The entire reason he planned all this was not to experience a modern experience from his past life, nor was it the obvious explanation to observe and gather knowledge about his opponent. His real purpose was to secretly place invisible karma threads on his peers to be used later in the heaven will battle. Normal karma threads are easy to set but also easy to be detected. For example, he could have made the drinks and sauna service of this party free, then, used this causality to make these people owe him karma. However, such a thread is too easily noticeable, even by people who do not have any understanding of the laws of karma. As such, to cast his invisible thread, he took a page out of D. Tion's playback. He distracted the people from his real objective, then used a combination of the formation on the beach and a form of a ceremonial spell. The weird sand sculpture he made was the final part of this ceremony. The sculpture was not about being free from fate, but the karmic connection between all of them. It was the final part for that spell to work. To cast this spell, Wang Wei even used his innate talent to place restrictions on these people's natural intuition. Even so, some problems almost occurred. Huofeng Huang seemed to have some powerful eye technique to see the truth of the world, so he had to be careful. Plus, her intuition was even more heightened than the others. The reason she was annoyed was not because of her companion. It was because she instinctively felt that something was wrong but could not detect why. So, Wang Wei has to concentrate on her. The final obstacle was Lin Fan. As a person who understands the laws of karma, the current Wang Wei couldn't place an invisible thread on him. Even if he was more powerful than him, it did not change the fact that he is not able to use the law yet. At first, he was prepared to remove Lin Fan from the list of people to place the thread on, then he just shamelessly asked Wu Hong to help him. So, she placed a seal on his ability to see or detect that thread. As he looked at these invisible threads, a smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. With these threads, he will be able to do a lot of things. Chapter 439. Hua Clan's Void Boat. I finally calmed down. Why was I so annoyed? Is my state of mind so weak? Thought Huofeng Huang. She used her heavenly eye technique but did not find anything wrong. While deep in thought, someone walked into her cabin. Is everything prepared? Yes, young lady. But are you prepared to deal with the consequences? I will convince the Elder Council. Previously, she was worried about how to explain things. However, now, she found a great excuse: Wang Wei. Based on what her eyes saw today, she knew how much of a threat this person was. Compared to his growth since their last meeting, it was simply terrifying. And that was only the surface things that she could detect. Now, all she has to do is show the elders how much of a threat he was to get them on her side. After taking a deep breath, she walked into a room where a handsome young man was in chains. Huofeng Huang, what is the meaning of this? Asked Yi Bu. However, she remained silent, then plunged her hand right into his heart. Yu Bai screamed in agony. What are you doing? No, 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 you're absorbing my bloodline. You know that this is taboo. The Elder Council will never let you go. However, Huofeng Huang remained indifferent. A few minutes later, she held a blood-colored orb in her hand. The white tiger bloodline is finally in my hands. Now, I have 3 of the 5 sacred beasts' bloodlines, muttered Huofeng Huang with excitement. If the Elder Council decides to help me, it should be no problem acquiring the other 2. In this generation, I will be an eternal emperor and change the decay of the ancient aristocratic clans. She then returned to her room to absorb this bloodline. Yu clan, the next day. So, what happened? Asked Wang Wei. As you expected, young master, someone attacked Sun Jiaolong on the return trip. Who was it? Jian Wushuang. Well, the human destiny sword, although a sovereign sword, it is still a sword. What was the result? Sun Jiaolong's fleshly body was annihilated but his primordial spirit escaped. Wang Wei nodded as he was not surprised by this outcome. Sun Jiaolong is considered a son of destiny, so it is not that simple to take that sword from him. Plus, he can guess that he will take this opportunity to condense a brand new and more powerful body, and most likely one with a special physique. However, Wang Wei did not care as Sun Jiaolong had not reached the level of causing him too much concern. Nevertheless, he still said, keep watching until he shows up. It's best to be able to track down his current whereabouts. Wang Wei would love to use him like he did Zhou Shu to get some fortunate encounters. However, he knew that Sun Jiaolong was smarter than that. Using Son of Destinies or people with great luck for their fortunate encounters is not an uncommon thing in this world. So, these Heaven Chosens are taught how to properly control their luck and watch out for this kind of thing. How are Li Jun and Yan Liling? Still no news yet. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the L-World. Com website. Not long after the wedding, Li Jun returned to the sect for those trials for precious resources. Meanwhile, Yan Liling also entered seclusion to try to become a Tier 6 quasi-emperor alchemist. If she succeeded, she would be the youngest person, officially since Wang Wei is not registered, to reach that level. Plus, Wang Wei can only refine that level of pills because of his powerful soul. She has to rely on her natural talent to succeed. After dismissing Wang Ju, Wang Wei continued his honeymoon phase with Wu Hong. They traveled all over the myriad emperor world, saw different scenarios, and enjoyed life as a married couple. He also took time to get acquainted with the Yu clan. After all, as powerful cultivators, they can go anywhere and instantly return home. So, in the past few months, he took time to bond with his somewhat estranged grandfather and even gave his cousin some pointers. This was quite easy for him after reading the Yu clan's emperor scripture. He even gave his cousin access to his sect 3000 Dao orbs to help him create a better scripture. One day, Wang Wei was having tea with his grandmother, but she appeared distracted. "Grandma, is something wrong?" Yun Zhaojun looked at her lovely grandson, then reached her hand to caress his face and pinched for a few seconds. "I'm leaving?" "Leaving? Where are you going?" "Your grandfather's Dao heart can no longer support him. So, he decided to reincarnate." "Wait, you don't mean?" said Wang Wei as he jolted to his feet, sending the tea table flying away. "Yes, I have decided to follow him." No. "Grandma, just give me some time. I promise I can find a way to fix him." Yun Zhaojun sighed out loud, "I'm sure you could. However, it is too late. This decision was made a couple of thousand years ago. The only reason he held on so long was that he wanted to see you get married before leaving." Wang Wei took a step backward, his legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. He kept repeating the word "no" non-stop before stopping. Then he roared, "If he wants to take the cowardly way out, then let him. But why do you have to go with him? Be respectful. Your mother and I raised you better than this." Wang Wei took a deep breath to try to calm down, however, it appeared that it was useless. He felt the world around him spinning and he could not stop it. Luckily, Yun Zhaojun supported him before he could fall. "I'm sorry. But why do you have to go with him?" "Just like your Dao companion oath, I promised to be with him, thought the goods and the bad, and even in death." "What about me? What about mother?" "Grandma, please don't do this. If you don't want to change your mind for my sake, do it for Mom and Auntie." They already knew about this and accepted this fact. At this point, tears were already falling down from Wang Wei's eyes. He knelt on the ground while holding tightly to her robe. "Please, Grandma. It'll be good. I promise to find a way to fix my grandfather's Dao heart. I promise to become an eternal emperor and make sure that our family can live for eternity. I promise to always protect the family. Please, don't leave me." While sobbing, Wang Wei could not help remembering his childhood. As the chosen next heir of the sect, he was under a great deal of pressure. So many people had placed their hopes on him, passed on their failed dreams to him, and shoved their grandiose ambitions into him. As an adult in a child's body, he should be able to handle such stress. However, it was because he had an adult's mind that he knew how high of a standard was placed on him. He was essentially the heir of an enormous conglomerate that has existed for billions of years and was in a great decline, and everybody was counting on him to revive it and make it prosper. A child may not have understood the weight of such a mission, but he did. On top of all of that, in his childhood, the different factions of the sect were not as united as they currently are. Wang Wei has heard many rumors in his childhood, mostly focused on the fact that he did not have a unique physique. Some people were using this fact to reduce or ruin his reputation, which would then reduce the number of resources he would get access to. Full_au new_episode_ on the L world. COM platform. And during all of these hard times, there was only one person that Wang Wei could rely on, his grandmother. Although his parents loved him dearly, they still had many expectations of him and raised him accordingly. But his grandmother was different. She did not care whether he was the heir of the most powerful sect of the world, she did not care about the heaven will battle or him becoming a great emperor. She only cared that he was her grandson and treated him as such. The only time in his childhood that Wang Wei felt at peace, felt that he could truly be himself, was when he was with his grandmother. During those times he was with her, he forgot that he was an adult and indulged in the mindset of a child, a mindset free of troubles, hardship, stress, and so many negative emotions. He enjoyed when she doted on him, he enjoyed when she told him stories not about powerful cultivators but the ones with life lessons and experience on how to survive in the cultivator world. And during the pagoda trials, when he was exhausted and wanted to relax, she was the one who he talked to, she was his safe haven in this dark and turbulent world. A man's knee is worth more than gold, so don't easily kneel. Get up. She tried to lift him but he did not budge. Yun Zhaojun looked at her grandson and tears were about to fall from her eyes. But she endured. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural laws of the universe that even us cultivators cannot escape from. You should understand this by now. By now, Wang Wei had figured out that this decision was final, and nothing he can do will change that. So, with tears in his eyes, he flew straight to the sky, rushing outside of the Yu clan city. Then, he opened a tear in space and left. I told you we should have told him sooner, said Wang Chang, almost roaring. Now, there is a great chance that he will succumb to Heart Demon. Yu Yong sighed but did not say anything. Now is not the time to argue, let's go after him, said Yu Yen. No, give him some space to process, said Wu Hong. But, this is a problem bigger than any heart demon. If he can see through it, then. After that, she disappeared. Western White Tiger Continent, a catastrophe suddenly descended on the devil cultivators. A handsome young man with silver-gray hair and eyes started to massacre a large number of them. His methods were ruthless as he seemed to like to tear people apart with his bare hand. He would rip their spines from their bodies, explode their heads with one punch, and many more. He seemed to prefer using the bloodiest method possible to kill. Just like that, the Silver Azura would teleport all over the continent, massacring devil sections. Whether it was Holy Lands or Supreme Lands, he would destroy every single individual in just a few minutes. Although, he never targeted any emperor lineages and so on. Brat from the Dao opening sect, I am a supreme elder from the Mo family. Your actions have broken our agreement. Wang Wei blasted a little devil in the supernatural realm to smithereens, blood drenched all over his body. Unfortunately, by now, his clothes, hair, and face could no longer be stained by the red blood. After hearing someone talk to him, he looked at that person. And with that one look, that supreme elder took a step back. He saw that those eyes appeared cleared on the surface, but also contained deep loss and sorrow, along with a great madness. His intuition immediately warned him to flee and did so. Unfortunately for him, his fleshly body exploded into tiny pieces and a part of his primordial spirit was cut off. Luckily, he still managed to run away with a little of his primordial spirit. Sovereign Devil Domain, Mo Clan's Mansion, Patriarch, this kid has destroyed more than hundreds of devil sects in the past 3 days. If we do not do something, this will drastically reduce our strength. Yes, Patriarch. As the leader of the devil cultivators, we should band together with the others to enforce the established rules. Even if this person is from the Dao opening sect, he still has to pay the price for breaking the agreement. The Mo Patriarch was a middle-aged man with a horn on his head and teeth like sharks. Let's do this then. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the L world. COM website. However, not long after making this decision, while the elders were waiting for contact from the other devil sect, they suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent outside of their main city. The Mo Patriarch Mo appeared in the sky while looking in the distance. Wang Tian, what is the meaning of this? Any of you who touch my son, prepare to be destroyed. He killed too many devil cultivators and broke the agreement. So, what? Wang Tian seemed to be looking at all the devil emperor lineages and his words reached all of them. I will repeat myself. Any of you who touch my son, prepare to be destroyed. Do you think that your sect is enough to fight so many emperor lineages? Said a voice coming from the void. It seems that it is about time to remind you, insects, who is the true ruler of this world, said Wang Tian with terrifying killing intent. As soon as he said these words, these people remembered the barbarian war that they once read in their sect's archives. This war took place after the Devil era and before the Middle Emperor era. By then, the Dao opening sect has just been crowned the most powerful sect with 9 emperors in the previous era. However, some people were not happy with this. To be precise, one race was not happy with this, the barbarian race. So, they openly challenged the Dao opening sect through an Emperor-Dao war. The most powerful emperor lineage of the barbarian race had 4 great emperors, however, many different factions banded together. If you count them, they had a total of 14 great emperors. The result? Well, the barbarian race no longer exists in the myriad emperor world. After thinking about this, all the devil sects just snorted and no longer said anything. Anyway, it was only a bunch of supreme lands that were destroyed, it did not matter that much to them. After another 4 days, Wang Wei finally stopped. He lay on the ground while looking at the sky. By this time, only his eye sockets were not smeared with blood. Have you figured it out? Asked a gentle voice. Figure it out? Ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally. Of course, I have. Everything in the universe is balanced. And since there is a yang, there must be a yin. Since fate exists, of course, its antithesis, free will, must also exist. Free will, ha ha ha, free will. So what if one day I have the power to reverse fate, play with time, and control life and death? It is her choice, she has the free will to choose her fate. Could it be that I have to forcefully enslave her to make a choice that pleases me? If I listen to these small voices in my head telling me to do this, what kind of person will I turn into in the end? Free will, oh, free will. Are you happy now? Are you done laughing at me now? Ha ha ha. Wu Hong looked at her husband who was laughing like a deranged individual and sighed internally. There is nothing more dangerous than when a cultivator has their Dao challenged. If not dealt with properly, could lead to severe consequences. Luckily, he figured it out, so he should be fine. She knelt on the floor and lifted his head to place it on her lap. With a wave of her hand, he was instantly cleaned. By the time she was done, he stopped laughing like a madman, but tears kept falling from his eyes. I don't want her to leave, said Wang Wei as he held her tightly. I know. Is there nothing I can do? Unfortunately, no. This may be the first real parting in your cultivation journey, but it will probably not be the last. Will they all hurt like this? No. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the L world. COM website. Really? Yes, because with each new one, you will get used to it. Then, the two became quiet with only Wang Wei's loud sobbing echoing in the void. Chapter 440. News of Wang Wei's outburst quickly spread throughout the entire world. And many people were not surprised. During this specific period when all the Heaven Chosens are in the primordial spirit realm, this kind of behavior is very common for people who are affected by heart demon. So, people only lamented that he was not taken over by the heart demon and his soul was forever scattered, thus eliminating a powerful competitor. A few days passed and Wang Wei had already calmed down and accepted the result. However, he refused to talk to his grandfather, Yu Yong. No matter who tried to advocate for him, he would just nod to them but nothing more. "I'm sorry, Wire," said Yun Zhaojun. "There is no need to apologize," replied Wang Wei. "Like I always said, fate is the biggest mockery to us all. Things are not as bleak as you make them be." Yu Zhaojun sighed a little. "It's unfortunate that things could not be patched between you and your grandfather." "We can't always have what we want in life," replied Wang Wei with a somewhat forced smile. "Don't mention him. Let's enjoy the little time we have left." Yun Zhaojun sighed to herself but did not say anything more. Then, they spent as much time as possible in the remaining time. They talked about everything, from the most mundane thing to the topic of how beautiful Wang Wei's future children will be, and how he will use the most severe way to train his son and dote heavily on his daughter. During this time, Yu Yan and her sister joined them, thus taking this opportunity to mend the broken relationship between these two siblings. Then, the day of farewell finally arrived. Yu Yong and Yun Zhaojun stood in a large space with many people surrounding them. The sound of tears falling and hushed crying could be heard everywhere. And even for the people who were not crying, sadness could be felt radiating from their bodies. Yu Yan, Wang Wei, Yu Daiyu, and many other members of the clan stood at the very front where they could more easily see the two. Wang Wei had teary eyes but they did not fall. He held his mother who was now crying uncontrollably, supporting her. His aunt appeared to be completely fine, with no tears whatsoever on her face. However, he could feel her using the origin essence in her body to keep her eyes dry. No matter who it was, partings were never all right. Then, the time finally came. Yu Yong looked at his family and loved ones and could not help but sigh. He understood the pain that his actions would cause the people left behind, but he felt that there was no other solution to his problem. An illusory door appeared in front of the two. Without pause, Yu Yong stepped into it. Immediately, his body seemed to have evaporated but his primordial spirit managed to enter that door. Meanwhile, Yun Zhaojun took one last look at her family and smiled before stepping inside. She has already said her final words to everyone and has no regrets. The sound of crying became even louder once these two entered the door. People could no longer control themselves. However, the ceremony was not finished. The main branch of the Yu clan, including Yu Yan, Yu Daiyu, and Wang Wei knelt on the floor and kowtowed 9 times, with each bow touching the ground. This was a sign of respect for the departed and also to wish them luck and prosperity in their next life. While these people were doing so, the sky in the entire Lightbringer's domain turned black and white. Visit Elworld. COM, for the best no_vel_read_ng experience. Knowledgeable people knew that this was a sign of heaven and earth of a mighty figure passing away. So, they also bowed down for a brief moment in respect. A few minutes later, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, then he used his finger to write something in the air, which translated to, "Heavenly Tao is my witness, I will take an oath of silence to honor her life and the influence that she had on me and countless others. For the next 10,000 years, no words shall escape my mouth." Once he was done writing, the words lit up in the sky before disappearing, meaning the oath had been accepted. If he broke it, he would suffer a great backlash. Yu Yan sighed after seeing this but she did not say anything else, she was too mentally tired by now. so tired that both Wang Wei and Wang Tian had to carry her to bed. As Wang Wei looked at his mother soundless sleeping, he realized that the entire situation was also horrible for her. After all, she lost both her father and mother. Even if she knew in advance, this does not change the emotional impact it had on her. However, she had to be strong for him. So, after sighing internally, he nodded to his father before returning to his mansion. He entered one of the rooms and told Wu Hong through hand signs to not let anyone disturb him. He only exited the room 6 months later, carrying a few books. As he looked at his works in front of him, only he knew the weight that they carried. Over the past few months, he did not only write these books but reflected greatly on his life. And he realized something very important. One of the main questions that most cultivators will ask in their lives is, what am I cultivating for? Before, Wang Wei had many answers to that question. As a transmigrator, he wanted to reach the pinnacle of this world. Or, for his goal of one day being free and unfettered. A better one was to not disappoint all the expectations of the sect. And the most important reason is to protect his family and loved ones. Despite the last one being the most important, it never truly dawned on him the severity of that answer. Not until now. His family and friends were all mortals, meaning that at some point in the future, they will age and die. And the only way to escape that fate is for him to become a great emperor and change that. After figuring out that fact, the weight of the heaven will battle suddenly increased dramatically. To Wang Wei, this battle was no longer just one of the many wonderful sceneries in his cultivating journey. The lives of countless people were counting on him and that fight. And he may have only one chance. If he fails, he could seal himself and try again. But the same cannot be said for all of them. Entering the seal state is a very uncomfortable thing from what he hears. Plus, what if some of them decided to accept their fate and leave until their lifespans run out? There is nothing he can do. So, no matter what, he must win this generation's heaven will battle and ensure that all his family, friends, and sect elders who have always supported him are immortals, so that they can live a very long and fulfilling life. No one can stop me from proving the Tao in this generation. No one. Visit to elworld.com discover_new novels. He once again looked at the books in his hand before using his divine sense to check who was around. Li Jun and Yen Liling are here. Great timing. He then sent a talisman to contact his mother, father, grandfather, Li Jun, Yen Liling, and Wu Hong. Although he could use his divine sense to talk to them, his oath involved not speaking, and that includes not using his divine sense for communication, as that is using the soul to utter words. After entering the meeting room, Wang Wei asked Li Jun with his hand, "How are the trials treating you?" "Terrible. I've only barely passed one. But I've survived and won't stop." "Forget about me, how are you doing?" "Better than before." He then looked at Yen Liling. "What about you?" "I'm missing a little something before I can succeed. However, the Origin Pill Flame Sutra has been very useful. I'll give you a book with my understanding, it should be helpful." After a brief chat, Wang Wei handed a booklet to each of them and then drank tea to wait for them to finish. The reaction of all of them was the same, shock. Especially for Li Jun, Yen Liling, and Yu Yen. Li Jun looked at the book in his hand and his hand could not help shaking a little. In his life, he has never once dreamt of becoming a great emperor. To him, that was an honor reserved only for his big brother. His plan was always to help his brother reach the top. And only after learning about Insurgent Heaven Chosen that he made his goal to become one. Not because of ambition, no, only so that he could be more useful to his big brother after he proved the Tao. However, this book told him that there was an opportunity for him to become an emperor, a being that has escaped the shackles of death. Although it emphasized that this plan might not work and a great price will be required, it is still an opportunity. Li Jun was not the only shocked one. Everyone in the room, except for Wu Hong, had a feasible plan on how to prove the Tao and become a great emperor. "Wire, it's not that I don't believe you, but is this feasible? Asked Yu Yen, with slightly trembling hands. Wang Wei did not answer her and instead looked at Wu Hong, who calmly said, Li Jun and Yen Liling's plan would require you to refine the world core of the Nine Devil God world to be feasible. As for mother-in-laws, your influence has to reach throughout the entire lower dimension before succeeding. However, it is not possible to make her an eternal emperor with this method. Didn't Emperor Kong use something similar? Visit L-World. Com, for the best no_vel_read_ng experience. Wu Hong shook her head. People don't give him enough credit. Another way to look at his situation is that he was only 0.1 mm from becoming an eternal emperor, then Heavenly Tao gave him that final push to reward him for bringing the world back to prosperity. Wang Wei nodded his head. Although slightly disappointed, it was still acceptable. I'm perfectly fine with becoming a first-class emperor, said Yu Yen with a smile. You could probably push the boundary and become a pseudo-eternal emperor, added Wu Hong. What's that? Everyone was also slightly confused as they had never heard of that term. It is not an official term, but describes great emperors who have comprehended 20% of the grand Dao source and cast their Dao will. However, they failed to comprehend their existence. A list of these people include the Battle Maniac Emperor, the Ancient Desolate Emperor, the Flame Emperor, the Dusk Emperor, the Samsara Emperor, along with many more. Everyone nodded in understanding. These people are classified as first-class emperors. However, based on their history, it is normal to see that they are more powerful than the people in their same class. If this plan is feasible, I might be an emperor before you, said Yu Yen with a smug look while looking at her husband. Meanwhile, Wang Tian could only smile wryly as he screamed internally as he imagined how terrible his life would be then. While everyone had a general joyous atmosphere, this was not the case for everyone. Wire, I appreciate that you make so much effort for me. But my situation is only slightly better than Yu Yong, said Wang Chang. Even if I had a heaven will on my own, with my Dao heart, would probably only be a pseudo-emperor. There is no need to waste your time and effort. I'm more than satisfied with being a Dao ancestor. The room instantly became quiet while people were secretly watching Wang Wei. However, he was calm. He raised his hand to make hand signs. In that case, let's use Plan B. I will turn you into an insurgent heaven chosen so that you can fight and defeat Emperor Nine Suns. Since he is the main cause of your Dao heart falling apart, defeating him might solve it. Then, I will send you to reincarnation with all your memories intact. I will link your fate to the sect so that you can be reborn as one of its members. However, that will require you to give up all your powers and start all over again, with no guarantee of success. Wang Chang's eyes lit up after hearing this. This was indeed a good method. If he could pummel Emperor Nine Suns with his fist. Huh, laughed Wang Chang out loud with very bright eyes. Good, good, good. I like your plan. For the first time in a very long time, he felt motivated. Wang Chang has always felt that battle was robbed from him using cheap tricks. Although he knew that for the throne, only the final victor truly matters, not the method used. But that did not change how he felt. Fortunately, now, he had a chance at redeeming himself. Thinking about avenging himself for all the terrible things he experienced in that final illusion, excitement and a terrifying fighting intent emanated from his body. Visit L-World. Com for a better user experience. It took him a few minutes to restrain his oral. He even apologized. That's how good of a mood he was in. Then, the group discussed it in detail before leaving. Only Wang Wei and Wang Tian were left as they had a final detail to figure out. And, this volume officially starts to kick off. Chapter 441, Nexus of Fate. So, have you thought about it? Gestured Wang Wei. His father's plan was straightforward, at least in the early stage. It only required him to enter the Di realm, then Wang Wei would cut off his karma for him. With his talent, as long as he was unlucky, he should be able to prove the Tao to the next generation. Of course, Wang Wei will ensure that Heavenly Tao does not scheme against him like Di Tian or use similar tactics as the Nine Emperor Curse. Ever since you told me about the Di realm since you returned, I have been thinking about it and I may have found a way. He waved his hand and countless dots filled the top of the mansion. They shone even more brightly than any stars. A deep look at these dots revealed that they were in the shape of stars. Sword Qi, gestured Wang Wei. Not just regular sword Qi. Each of them was condensed from a sword technique or moves. After I comprehend their essence, I condense them into a singular sword Qi. Wang Wei was surprised after hearing this as there were exactly 269 trillion sword Qi in the sky, the exact number of his primordial spirit particles. That meant that his father had studied and understood this number of sword moves and techniques. It is obvious he has been doing this for a very long time, and this could explain why his scripture is so powerful and unique. He has studied the essence trillion of different swordsmanship and integrated it into his Absolute Cut Sutra. In terms of swordsmanship foundation, probably no one is his match in this world. Wang Wei raised his hand to ask, "Do you want to use these sword Qi to reform your primordial spirit and enter the Di realm?" "Yes, so what do you think?" "It should work, but prepare beforehand for the heavenly thunder punishment." Based on Di Tian's strength qualification that Wang Wei learned from his memories, his father's strength was equal to 5 reincarnations. After he enters the Di realm, he should jump to 6 reincarnations, and once he reached the quasi-emperor realm, he will probably reach the strength of 7 reincarnations, and maybe even have the ability to confront 8 reincarnations for a brief moment. After making a preliminary plan, Wang Wei told his father some of his experience creating his primordial spirit so that he can learn from it. Finally, 3 days later, everyone began the journey to return to the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei took one last look at the Yu clan city and sighed to himself. Honestly speaking, he does not think that he will willingly come back to this place. All his good memories have been overshadowed by that one bad experience. So, after taking one last look, he hopped on the sect's void boat to head home. New_chap_ters are pub_list on Elworld. Xiaom, how is the investigation? He gestured his hand to ask Wang Ju. Our men have infiltrated the shadow-slaying temple, but they could only take the identity of low-level assassins, so we have valuable information on who ordered the assassination on you. All we know is that someone or some people place an order on both you and Di Tian. And recently, Lin Fan was added to the list. So, they want to take out the most threatening candidate first? Keep investigating, plus, use the sect's resources to add a similar level bounty to Heaven Chosen that participated in the party. Wang Wei did not think these people would be successful in their assassination. However, according to their rules, they only require half a down payment first, and once they succeed, the rest can be paid. If they fail, they will return the previous payment. Of course, not after only one attempt. And he wanted to take advantage of this rule. These people would cause great trouble to his competitors. But once they fail, they have to return his money to him. And on the lucky chance that they succeed, well, it was worth paying someone to do the dirty work for him. Maybe he can even use this opportunity to gather all the other emperor lineages to once again eradicate the temple. After arriving back at the sect, everyone separated. Wang Tian and Yu Yen went to deal with affairs of the sect, Li Jun returned to his trials, and Yen Liling once again entered deep seclusion. And even Wang Wei also entered a seclusion state. The only idle person was the Empress, who has taken a new interest in drinking and brewing her own modern wine. After entering his seclusion room inside his sacred Sun Mountain, he began to use the new ability he unlocked. During his mental breakdown, after understanding the relationship between fate and free will, he developed the ability to see the nexus of fate, to be precise, his nexus of fate. The future was changeable, especially for powerful cultivators. However, certain events in their lives are destined to happen, no matter the choices they make in their lives. That's their nexus of fate. After taking a deep breath, he began to read his fate line, focusing on the future. He saw himself standing in an empty void, then, a giant scythe appeared and cut him. The scythe did not leave any wound on his body but severed his fate line. Then, his soul, body, and Dao were extinguished. After watching this, for a brief moment, he could not control himself and release his aura, shaking the entire mountain. Luckily, he rapidly controlled himself. "I'm dead, future? What's going on? And what's with the scythe? Does it represent someone or just the manifestation of my death?" Divination can sometimes be as clear as day, and sometimes, it requires interpretation. So, the scythe could represent someone or just an image that shows his death. New novel _chap_ters are published here, Elworld. Wang Wei calmed himself down before using the technique again. However, no matter how many times he checked, the result is the same. So, quickly accepted the fact that his technique was functioning properly and began to plan. There is no way that he would accept his death so easily, he has to change his fate. He immediately began to cast a divination to determine whether that scythe was referring to a specific person who would kill him, but he ended empty-handed no matter how much he tried, even if he used the 8-trigram turtle shell. Then, he tried to divine the cause of his death but also failed. Without hesitation, he summoned his physique's vision that absorbed the river of fate of the heavenly abode world. Using that river, he resonated with the river of fate branch connected to the myriad emperor world and summoned it. He jumped into that gray river made of strings to accomplish his divination. This time, he got an answer, to be precise 2 words, Heavenly Dao. "It's that thing again," thought Wang Wei with a frown. "Why is it targeting me? Could it be sentient? I need to find out." He flew out of his mansion to rush to talk to someone, but once he got outside, he saw many people floating and waiting for him. Because of his sudden release of aura, many people feared that he was taken by Heart Demon again and rushed to see if he was alright. "Wire, what's wrong?" asked Yu Yen. Wang Wei looked at the people around and motioned to them that he was alright. Then, he took his family into his mansion and explained the situation. "You foresaw your death?" asked Yu Yen with a very ugly look on her face. She understood that her son's physique was very good at divination and he would never make a mistake, especially with his meticulous personality. So, this is very likely to be true. She had just recently lost both her father and mother. She did not think she could bear it if she lost her only son. However, she was not willing to accept this news, so she looked at Wu Hong, who seemed to be a little distracted. After being nudged to reality, she took a mirror that scanned Wang Wei's body before frowning. "Your fate has indeed been severe." That meant that he was a walking dead man. How could the butterfly effect be this large? This should not have happened. Plus, I feel like I'm missing something important, thought Wu Hong before looking at Wang Wei and saying, "Give me a moment, I will go check something out." Then, she disappeared from the room. Taking this opportunity, Wang Wei asked his father about his theory that Heavenly Dao has consciousness and was targeting him. However, his father quickly dismissed his theory. Updated _ at Elworld. That's impossible. Why? Because our founding father, the Sword Empress, made sure of that. More information please. A little secret known to only the heads of each clan is that the Sword Empress was not born in the myriad emperor world, but from another heavenwell world. When the Qiyuan Emperor was on his journey to forge the origin system, he was saved by her after being injured. Her world was one where Heavenly Dao was conscious, and it had placed a seal on her talent. A seal? Why? Her talent for the sword was so great that Heavenly Dao feared it, so it was sealed at the moment of her birth. So, after being healed, the founder took her with him on his voyage and they became sworn sisters and brothers. He helped her remove the seal and also guided her on the path of cultivation. After proving the Dao and becoming an eternal emperor, the Sword Empress of course returned home to deal with heavenly Dao. Wang Tian briefly paused before continuing. According to records in the secret archive, whatever occurred in the Null Era made it so that many worlds in the endless void had their heavenly Dao corrupted and gained sentience. And the Sword Empress traveled to all these worlds and vanquished these consciousnesses. She even used her supreme power to ensure that no worlds in the endless void, no matter the grade, will ever gain sentience again. Did she use a technique similar to Absolute Beginning Emperor's magic and Wuhang's seal? No wonder those people from the beginning profound continent knew of her existence, thought Wang Wei. Is that why her scripture is called the heaven-slashing scripture? She has slashed heaven, no, heavens. Most likely, yes. Wang Wei paused for a moment before indicating with his hand, even if heavenly Dao is not targeting me, they are still connected to my death. As such, we need to find more information. For more novel, visit Elworld. Do you have a plan? Yes, well, head to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Chapter 442. Wang Wei headed to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion along with Yan Chen, since he was one of the few people aware of his divination. The other people had to pretend that things were normal so they could not accompany him. And after arriving, he discovered that the sect was still surrounded by their protecting formation. According to information gathered, this has been the case for the past 2,500 years or more. People would have thought that they had closed off their sects if the people inside did come out and release the news that the path of Supreme would open up after this generation's Heaven Chosens reached the void-shattering realm. I know you can see and hear us. Open up or suffer the consequences, yelled Yan Chen towards the array. A few minutes later, the pavilion master came out with a smile on his face to receive the guests. Damn it! We have just survived one calamity star and now another one shows up. Could it be that he discovered that we sold his information? The pavilion master knew that their immortal formation could not prevent the people from the Dao opening sect if they wanted to use force to rush in. So, in the end, they had no choice but to invite the guest in and hopefully, deal with the entire situation in a more civil way. Guest, welcome to our humble sect. Don't waste time, lead us to see Old Man Chu, said Yan Chen directly. However, the pavilion master still had a smile on his face as he nodded his head before leading the way. The group was led to a room where a table and tea were prepared. Old Man Chu, who seemed to have aged even more since the last time the pavilion had visitors, stood and waited for the group to arrive. Immediately after entering the room, Wang Wei did not waste time and dismissed all the other people with one look. Then, he handed two things to Old Chu, a piece of paper and a jade talisman. The jade talisman simply contained how to communicate in sign languages. Although Old Man Chu was curious, he did not ask anything. He could feel the strange atmosphere of the guest, their demeanor screamed that they were here for business. The piece of paper was a basic soul contract that stated that after doing divination for them, the memories of this conversation will be wiped out from his mind. And even if he fails, the same thing will happen. After checking to see if there were any traps, Old Man Chu signed it without hesitation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei asked him with hands, "Tell me how you managed to divine my location for Di Tian." Old Man Chu secretly sighed as he feared that this day would come. He did not hide anything and told everything that occurred, including their sects acquiring an emperor scripture called 8 Trigram Myriad World's Secret Guide, along with an emperor artifact. Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he realized the reason that Di Tian suddenly targeted him. However, now was not the time to focus on such small detail. Do a divination for me. After you succeed, the debt between us will be repaid? Young Master Wang Wei, you have to understand that there is a high chance of failure. However, the response he got was a cold and indifferent stare. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Chu has no choice but to prepare for the divination. And after hearing what the latter wanted to know, his hands could not help trembling. He was not very glad that this person in front of him was reasonable and had him sign a contract instead of eliminating him to keep his secret. Using the Emperor artifact, Old Man Chu's soul seemed to have traveled to a land where all the answers to the mystery of the world existed. Then, he began to search for something. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published here at Elworld. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed, making Wang Wei frown. With his physique, it would be better for him to use the pavilion's technique and artifact to do the divination. However, it will take too long for him to comprehend a new emperor scripture and he did not want to waste time. I will bless your body with the power of my physique, so try again. I just need the tiniest of information and I can go from there. Old Man Chu nodded before starting again. With the Emperor artifact and his proficiency in the scripture, he did not suffer from any backlash. So, he could make a second attempt. While he was in the middle of the divination, a gray orb appeared in Wang Wei's body and he injected it into Old Man Chu's body, temporarily granting him the powers and abilities of his fate puppeteer physique towards divination. A few minutes later, Old Man Chu opened his eyes that were completely white and muttered in a strange and hoarse voice, "Outlaws." Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Does my death involve the term outlaws? Although it is little, it is still something to go on. Wang Wei then activated the contract to erase the old man's memories. He even checked his soul to ensure that he did not use any other means to retain his memories before leaving. He rushed straight to the sect's secret archive after asking his parents and not receiving any information. He hoped to find any information from there. He tried to contact Wu Hong but she did not answer, so he can only be proactive. Meanwhile, his father also went to see the ancestor, Wang Wucheng. After listening to the entire situation, Wang Wucheng nodded, "I've never heard of this term. I will go ask some of the really ancient old men to see if they know anything." He then disappeared. However, what Wang Tian did not know was that Wang Wucheng did not go ask anyone as he said, but just returned to his cultivation chamber. A few hours later, he returned while shaking his head. No one knew anything. Wang Tian sighed in disappointment and thanked him before leaving. As Wang Wucheng watched his departure back, he could only sigh to himself. It's not that I don't want to help you, but if any of us intervene, the chances of that brat surviving will be even lower, and we might even suffer casualties, and this time, even his wife will not be able to save him. Wang Wucheng shook his head. However, he still had faith in the kid to survive. He could tell that he was not simple. Outlaws, the ones who have to prove their worthiness, he muttered to himself before returning to his cultivation. Did you find anything? Asked Wang Tian once he returned to the secret archive. No. In the past hours, Wang Wei learned quite a few interesting things. For example, his founder, the Sword Empress, loved bamboos very much, so she used one as a sword. Full_our current_novel on Elworld. Com. What was interesting about this fact was that she used a regular bamboo as her sword. She tempered it constant with her sword will. As such, in the early stages of her cultivation, she was always at a disadvantage when fighting with people since her weapon was a normal mortal bamboo. Through baptizing the sword with her sword will, she was able to break its limitation and evolved it to a higher level of artifact, until she proved the Tao and it became a supremely powerful and unique weapon. Another interesting fact was that the Immortal Avenue Pact, which prevented immortal venerables and Tao ancestors from showing up and intervening in the world, was created by the human emperor after seeing how devastating immortal-level battles were. Although there were many other interesting things like these too, they were not the information he was searching for. Did the ancestor know something? Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Tian. It appears that you have to wait for Hong'er. Something tells me she may not even know, gestured Wang Wei with a sigh. He knew that Wu Hong's memories were incomplete, and if there was something that could threaten his life, she would either take care of it or warn him to prepare in advance. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment after hearing this before saying, if that is the case, we have to use the last measure. Which is? Ask the ancient aristocratic clans. Them? With how long their inheritance is, they might know something. However, from what I learned, these people are not very pleasant to interact with. Do you think they will give us such information so easily? The ancient clans were not the Heaven Mystery Pavilion that can easily be bullied. Interaction with them would involve a lot of diplomacies, which will in turn waste a lot of time. And in the end, they might not even be successful. Wang Wei was in a somewhat hurry. No, they will let us, replied Wang Tian. I guess this is a good time to tell you about this. Our Wang clan is technically an ancient aristocratic family. There is even a branch of us amongst them. Well, they considered themselves the main branch and us the side branch. What is going on? Wang Wei was genuinely surprised and confused by this news. Well, our Wang clan is actually the direct lineage of the Heaven-Opening Emperor. The first emperor? The one who started the beginning emperor era? Wang Tian nodded his head. That's right, him. Why do I only know about this now? Things are more complicated. Our founder, Emperor Qiyuan, for an unknown reason, cut off our bloodline connection with the Heaven-Opening Emperor, thus making us a brand new family. So, you could say that we are one family, you can say that we are not. Plus, this kind of secret will only be revealed to you when you officially become the patriarch of the clan. Visit to L-World. Discover_new novels. Wang Wei was about to ask something when someone came in. Did you find anything? No, replied Wu Hong. I searched both the River of Time and the River of Fate but could not find the reason for your sudden death. As expected, you do not know the reason as well. Wu Hong bit her teeth, she wanted to complain and curse that damn woman. However, she knew that it was pointless. She could only remain frustrated. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to ask her the question he wanted to ask his father, which was why the Qiyuan Emperor cut off their bloodline connection. Wu Hong looked deep in the eyes before answering. She was glad that he did not let this news affect his mind and could remain calm and composed. As the first emperor of the world, the Heaven-Opening Emperor held a very high status amongst all the emperors from the myriad emperor world. He even shared a very small portion of our luck for being a pathfinder. However, as an individual, he is very sly and cunning, so I would not be surprised if he used that technique. Technique? Great emperors are immortal beings, however, their resurrection requires a way for them to resurrect. And one of the best ways to do so is to leave an imprint in their descendants' bloodline, and once they find a very talented one that suits their Daoist, they can use that imprint to take over that person's body to quickly resurrect themselves and return to their peak. Most likely, the Qiyuan Emperor discovered that imprint and severed your bloodline connection to him to prevent this from happening. How cruel, gestured Wang Wei. Indeed. This technique is frowned upon by many other emperors but many people still used it, especially the ones that formed clans. What about the founder? Did he use this technique? You, said Wang Tian. You can't be too sure about these things, he retorted back. Don't worry, I've already checked. No one in your 3 clans has this imprint. Wang Wei was satisfied that at least the emperors in his sect did have some level of morale. Since you are so calm, you must have found a way to find answers, asked Wang Tian. He knew his son too well. Wang Wei nodded his head before taking out a talisman from his space ring. Visit to L-World. Discover_new novels. I can believe that I have to rely on this old beggar. Hopefully, he won't let me down. Chapter 443. After activating that talisman, Wang Wei discovered a coordinate that pointed to the northern Black Tortoise continent. So, he did not waste time and headed that. By forcefully breaking the space, he was able to get there in just a few minutes. By following the coordinate, he soon discovered that he was in the domain of one of the Forbidden Zone, the Blood Earth. Underneath his feet was endless earth that spread for millions of kilometers, however, the entire earth was completely blood-red. From what Wang Wei knew, this place was the entrance to that forbidden land, and once in a while, a space crack will appear to allow cultivators to go inside. As long as they do not go deep into the core, many people can survive and receive some fortunate encounters. While being wary, Wang Wei flew in the direction of the coordinate. Soon, he saw a wood cabin in the middle of this desolate place and the talisman was pointed at it. He landed not far from the cabin as he looked around, focusing on the ground. He could feel and see countless formations surrounding that cabin, all of them at the level of quasi-emperor. What baffled him was that the number was truly outstanding, making him wonder what was wrong with the creator. Not long after landing, a safe path amongst these arrays was opened up and he followed. After entering the cabin, it was quite larger on the inside, and he appeared to be teleported to one of the rooms. He saw the old beggar he once met at the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Nothing much has changed since then except for his eyes, they were more cold and indifferent. To be precise, they switched between normal and cold and indifference, making him appear very erratic. "You're here," said the old beggar. "Yes, by the looks of it, you expected my arrival." Oddly, without Wang Wei telling him about hand signs, the old beggar could easily understand him. "You could say that. So, you succeeded in cultivating the Tao of Heaven." Wang Wei could tell that this man was now very close to becoming a true monarch, and if it was not for the restriction of the world, he would have already entered. "There is no need to waste time. You came here to ask me about outlaws, didn't you?" Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this old beggar to give him a deep look. "Yes, so what are outlaws exactly? And why will I be killed because of it?" Outlaws are people who cultivated certain Daoists that are deemed too powerful and unique. As such, they have to pass a trial to prove that they are worthy of cultivating that Tao. For example, the people who cultivate the Tao of time, karma, samsara, destruction and so many others. A trial? Like heavenly tribulation? Hee, laughed the old beggar with a sneer. "When I say a trial, do you think that you will get teleported somewhere where you have to face countless challenges set up by heavenly Tao to prove your worth? Is it not? For more _novel, visit Elworld. Of course not, otherwise so few people would survive being an outlaw. This trial is considered a human tribulation, making it very unpredictable and hard to see coming. Be more specific. What exactly is this human tribulation you're talking about you?" The old beggar paused for a moment to gather his thought. "The way the trial is set up is that heavenly Tao will scheme against you using the people close to you or your actions against you. For example, the trial could be in the form that one of your best friends became jealous of your power and success and planned to assassinate you. Or, through many circumstances, your sect turned against you and they begin to hunt you down, forcing you on the run. The scary part of this trial is that it is personal, tailored to each specific individual's life, strength and relationship. I can tell you that strength is the least valuable aspect needed to pass this test." "How so?" "This is the best way I can explain it. This trial is essentially having a great emperor calculating and scheming against you to lead you to your demise. Because of this, few people have ever survived this trial, especially people like you." "People like me?" asked Wang Wei. "Supreme outlaws, people who want to cultivate the 5 supreme hidden Daoists. Which are chaos, creation, fate, destruction, and heaven, isn't it?" replied Wang Wei when he saw the old beggar not saying anything. "The Tao of Heaven is that path of becoming all-knowing or omniscient. How could such a Tao be normal? And based on how this old beggar was hiding here, it is obvious that he has been hiding from something because of his status as a supreme outlaw." "Yes, you're correct." Wang Wei paused for a moment before asking, "How are outlaws different from supreme outlaws? And has any of us survived the trial?" "The best way I can explain is that ordinary outlaws have a great emperor use 1% of its ability to scheme against them, and supreme outlaws is more along the line of 50%. As for any supreme outlaws that survived the test, there is only one, but only in a technicality. And that is the Dusk Emperor. Dusk, the darkness before twilight, the darkness before everything comes to an end. The Dusk Emperor once cultivated the Tao of destruction to a very high level. However, after going through the outlaw trial, he had no choice but to change his Tao to a lesser form of destruction, Dusk, to survive. New novel _chap_ters are published here, Elworld. So, what you're saying is that another way to pass the trial is to either change Tao or cultivate a lesser version of it? Gestured Wang Wei. Exactly. For example, your little peer named Lin Fan, as the owner of the absolute chaos physique, is allowed to cultivate many Daoists that could make him an outlaw without consequences. That is one of the functions of the number 1 heavenly physique. However, the moment he decided to walk the path of cultivating all 3,000 grand Dao, he instantly became a supreme outlaw. The same goes for you. If you only focused on a certain aspect of fate, you would never become an outlaw. Unfortunately, you want to control the entire Dao. Wang Wei nodded, but he did not care. If he knew of this trial beforehand, he would still make the same choice. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What about my father, is he an outlaw?" Wang Wei knew that his father's Dao was quite powerful, so he wanted to know. No, your father only cultivate the Dao of cutting. The reason it is so powerful is that he raised it to such a level relying purely on his swordsmanship talent. People like him who take an ordinary Dao and elevate it to such height are usually very favored by heavenly Dao and blessed with some luck. Another example of this is Empress Wuxia Xianxia Dao. What about Di Tian? Since he cultivates the Dao of samsara, he should be an outlaw, right? His situation is different, replied the old beggar slowly. As expected. He just had a whim to ask, so he did. Based on the information that I gather by fusing my mind with heavenly Dao, I discover that Di Tian was once a supreme outlaw that once cultivated the Dao of creation. Do you know anything about what occurred in the beginning Emperor and the Null Era? Yes, I know about the war. Well, that will save me some time. During that war, Di Tian used his Dao of creation to create many human beings with high cultivation talent. Of course, back then, he needed accompanying resources to create life. Nevertheless, his ability granted him a very high status in the world. Because of the situation of the war, heavenly Dao gave him a pass and ignore his status as a supreme outlaw. However, he grew too ambitious. He wanted to create the perfect human, a person born with the utmost beauty, temperament, and talent. His act crossed a forbidden zone, so his status as an outlaw was activated. In the end, his proud creation was killed in front of him and he was severely injured. In the end, he had to enter reincarnation and change his Dao not only to save himself but apparently to revive her. Because of this, he does not have to pass the trial. Of course, one of the main reasons that he does not have to pass the trial is because of the great karma tied to him. New _chap_ters are pub_lished on Elworld. What do you mean? Many of the people he created would one day become great emperors, so Di Tian held the title of Creator of Emperors, which is a great form of karma protecting him throughout his reincarnations. Otherwise, his life would have been even more miserable. Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he remembered the ghost or spirit that he met and gave him an innate material. He did not expect her to have such a story. I only have a few more questions. What about the Tao of nothingness? Would that make someone an outlaw? Nothingness? That is considered a taboo. Most people who walked that path ended up turning into nothingness and disappearing from the world. Wang Wei smiled wryly as this almost happened to him during his fight with Di Tian. He decided to be more careful from now on. Second question, do great emperors and Dao ancestors also have to pass a trial if they one day decided to change their Dao to one of these? No, the rules are different from these immortal beings. For example, Empyreans, who is more powerful than great emperors, all have the natural ability to create life, even without cultivating the Tao. However, I imagine that it is very difficult for them to change their main Tao to one of these Taos. Wang Wei nodded his head before gesturing again. Okay, why don't we get down to business? You told me all this information because you want me to help you with your trial. Most likely, you want to see how I pass or fail the trial and learn from it, isn't that right? That's correct. So, what do I get out of this deal? Didn't you say it, the information that I provided? No, this information is the payment for me helping you find your Tao a couple of thousand years ago. Now, we did not owe each other anything. After saying that, the old beggar saw a karma thread connecting the two of them, which displayed the fact that he was telling the truth. What do you want? 1. I want the information on other people past their trial and the formation you have placed in this house. I do not have that kind of information. I only know who was an outlaw and who survived the trial in the end. As for the exact method of the trial and how they passed, Heavenly Tao has made these the highest form of secrets. As for the array, there is no problem in giving it to you. New_chap_ters are pub_list on Elworld. Com Wang Wei has been secretly observing that array and he realized that it was set to borrow the power of the Forbidden Land and hide from the eyes of Heavenly Tao. If the trial is as the old beggar stated, Wang Wei knew that he would need to hide from the latter's calculation if he want a slight chance of survival. After agreeing to some terms, the two signed the necessary contract before Wang Wei left. Chapter 444. On his return trip, Wang Wei did not rush home. Instead, he took a void boat to slowly return. He wanted to take this quiet moment to think to himself. This so-called trial was more difficult than he could imagine. If it was as the old beggar stated, logically speaking, everyone that he ever met could be turned against him. Just thinking about this fact would probably make most people paranoid, but not him. His state of mind allowed him to remain calm and think about things logically. He did not think that whether it was his friends or family would turn on him. However, he will still be on the lookout just in case. After all, there are things like soul controlling in this world. Who knows what could happen? Then, Wang Wei's mind began to function rapidly, using all the 10 billion different spirit particles to think, gather information and come up with different ideas. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be one of the reasons that Tian placed those karmic sins on me was because of the trial? He should have known that I was an outlaw, so it is not too far-fetched. The question is, what was his end goal? I don't believe that he could not anticipate me removing that karma, so there must be something that I'm missing. Could the karma increase the difficulty of the trial? Or is it something else? Wang Wei could not come up with an answer, but he decided to label this information as important and keep watch for it. Since this trial involved a great emperor-level being calculating him, he theorized that he might need wisdom or intelligence to pass it. However, his strength should also not decrease. It took Wang Wei more than 5 hours to return home, and by that time, he had a preliminary plan on what to do next. Once he got home, he told his family about what he learned. Some sort of tribulation, thought Wu Hong. In that case, I might be able to help. Visit to Elworld. Discover_new novels. She remembered the disaster emperor. He was born with a strange physique that attracted disasters or tribulations toward him all his life. Because of this, no matter where he went, something terrible would happen to him. One time, he was walking out of a forest and a meteor just dropped on top of him. To deal with this issue, he created an artifact that would block all kinds of tribulation from heaven and earth. If I remember correctly, he left an inheritance before leaving. Maybe, that artifact is inside. After hearing her explanation, Wang Wei was relieved as she left to get it. As for his family, there was little they could do in the situation except for offering him emotional support and giving him all the resources he wanted. Wang Wei appreciated that and gave the formation that the old beggar gave him to do something for him. Then, he went to do other things to prepare for this trial. He first went to check on Di Tian's sleepers. After he first discovered them, he did a thorough check and even sent someone to do the same in the Yu clan. And after their battle, he once again checked because of what he said. And Wang Wei did find a few ones that previously escaped his ability. And now that he was more powerful and had a greater understanding of karma, he once again checked. After his guess that Di Tian might be scheming against him with karmic virtues, he did not want to take any chances. This time, his search was proven to be futile, making him both relieved and disappointed. Once that was done, Wang Wei focused on his next step of action. Although he knew about the trial, he did not know in what shape it would take, nor how he would pass. And that was a problem. So, he went to the secret archive to read about the life of the great emperors that were outlaws. Unfortunately, these things were not detailed enough for him to gather any information. However, he did notice that all of them suffered some tragedy sometime during their cultivation journey. This could be the result of the trial or just simply the way the life of powerful people were. While walking out of the secret archive, Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face. In the end, I still have to rely on divination. Visit to L-World. Discover_new novels. He then looked up in the sky to notice that it was night, and a few days had passed. Why is she not back yet? He muttered before shaking his head to continue with his plan. After returning to his mountain, he took out a golden orb. This was the merit he received after going on a rampage in the western continent. He killed so many devils that the amount received was quite noticeable. Something tells me that this will not be enough. Wang Wei proceeded to divine a way for him to survive, or at least a hint. Unfortunately, nothing was discovered. He then tried using the merit he has to boost the effect of the divination, and as he expected, this was not nearly enough. Without pause, he went to get a few herbs before entering his alchemy room. He took out a few formation eyes to place inside the room before placing the spiritual he needed in the middle. Then, he began to refine them into pills. The odd thing is that during the entire process, Wang Wei did not use a cauldron, not even once. The formation he placed inside generated the flame needed to remove the impurities inside the herbs along with the other process. He even used the formations to engrave the divine runes for this pill. What Wang Wei was doing was the theory he came up with when he infiltrated the Origin Pill Dao sect. Through formation, borrow the purest form of the power of heaven and earth to refine pseudo-innate pills. Once he was done, the pill flew to the sky to undergo baptism by the law and survived pill tribulation. And immediately afterward, as Wang Wei expected, this new method was acknowledged by heaven and earth and lowered merit to him, and it was a purple one of the highest caliber. In the past 1,000 years, the Origin Pill Dao sect has been spreading the method of pseudo-innate pill. Through that method, some alchemists can refine pills that are way better than perfect quality. Thus, a new consensus was made to create a quality of pill above perfection, the ultimate quality. This act has brought a lot of merit and luck to that sect. Unfortunately for them, their pseudo-monopoly was broken when the Dao opening sect released the news that they also created a new and better method to refine ultimate pills. Fortunately, this method required some understanding of arrays, making it more difficult to use than the previous one. Nevertheless, the people of the Origin Pill Dao sect knew that the endless benefit of that invention was over, or at the very least, drastically reduced. Inside his cultivation room, Wang Wei put away the Accupint opening pill before doing his divination. With the sacrifice of merit, he did receive some information this time. However, he was not happy. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the L-World. COM website. The result of his divination was once again very simple: Forbidden Land. With how much merit was used, this was the only answer he got. Not to mention how dangerous the result was. Could anyone just walk into these places? After sighing to himself, he began to prepare. No matter what, this was his only chance or clue for survival. There were 6 forbidden lands: the Western Pure Bliss Land, the Blood Earth, the Nether Hell, the Tao Burial Ground, the Swallowing Zone, and the Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei immediately removed 3 of them from places that could help him: the Nether Hell, the Swallowing Zone, and the Chrono Chaos Realm. Wu Hong told him to never step foot close to the Nether Hell until he becomes an eternal emperor, and even then, he should be very careful. As for the other 2, they were notorious even amongst the forbidden lands for being dead ground. When it comes to the others, cultivators can enter and even acquire some fortunate encounters. That goes even for the Tao Burial Ground. However, those 2 were different. The Swallowing Zone, as the name implied, was a place with a terrifying swallowing power. Anyone or anything that entered that place will have their flesh and blood, soul, and energy swallowed. According to records, there was nothing inside. No matter, no energy, and no laws, they were all swallowed. As for the Chrono Chaos Realm, it was a place full of chaotic time energy. Anyone who stepped foot inside would either be instantly aged before dying or de-aged until they return to being a fetus and disappear from the world. I truly want to know the secrets of these places, muttered Wang Wei before leaving. He first went back to the Blood Earth in the northern continent. In front of the entrance, he calculated whether he was going to have good fortune or not. The result was neutral, so he left. He then went to the western continent to the entrance of the Western Pure Bliss Land to do the same. And to his surprise, his calculation indicated that great fortune awaited him after entering this place. With this result, he guessed that his divination was referring to this forbidden land. He did not immediately go in; instead, he returned home to check more information about it. However, right before going into the secret archive, he received a message that shook him to his core. Visit L-World. COM for a better user experience. It was from Wu Hong and she told him that she was trapped. Chapter 445. Wang Wei was very serious when he saw the message. According to her, someone might have calculated that she would find that inheritance and trapped her inside. Although she is perfectly fine, she told him that it would take her some time to leave. As he read the message, Wang Wei muttered, "Is this the power of the trial?" Wu Hong is one of his greatest reliance or supporter, so, even if Wang Wei foresaw his death, he knew that with her by his side, he still had a chance of surviving. Unfortunately, Heavenly Tao seemed to have predicted this possibility. There is no way that Heavenly Tao alone could trap her, so who else intervened? After thinking about it for a moment, he rushed to the secret archive. He knew that he had to rely on himself to have even the slightest chance at survival. Additionally, he could lament how weak he was since he could not even help her if he wanted. So, he asked his father to send someone to check on her and see if they could help. Wang Wei was not the only person who received a message. A talisman appeared in Li Jun's cultivation room on his private mountain. However, he was not here to see yet since he was still in the trials. Inside the archive, Wang Wei read all the information about the Western Pure Bliss Land he could find. After that, he prepared to enter. He first took out a few pills from the alchemy hall and refined a few of them himself. He then returned to the western continent. While Wang Wei was rushing, Yu Yan watched him fly away with tears in her eyes, making Wang Tian hold her. The past few years have been terrible. One bad after another keeps happening. What's worse, we are often powerless to do anything, let alone help. I know. This is how all cultivation journeys are, they are ups as there are downs. Now, all we have to do is believe in our son's ability. Yu Yan nodded as she placed her head on his shoulder. However, she did not see the gleam and determination in her husband's eyes. Although Wang Tian said these words, he was prepared to do anything to save his son's life. When the occasion arrived, he will mobilize all the powers he has as a sect master to use all the strength possible of the sect. No one can take his child from him, not even the heavens. Meanwhile, after leaving the sect, Wang Wei tore the void to teleport him back to the Western continent, and the entrance of the Western Pure Bliss land. The latest _AP_SODIES are on the L-World. Com website. So, he found himself in front of a dilapidated temple, broken status mostly made of bronze or gold. Dirt could be seen in every corner of the temple, along with an eerie chanting sound. Without hesitation, Wang Wei stepped inside the temple, and immediately afterward, he found himself in a large space, to be precise, another small world. He stood in front of a long path that appeared to be the only one present. To the side of this path were numerous stone statues. Upon closer observation, Wang Wei noticed that all of these statues were monks, as they had no hair and had a Buddhist cassocks on them. The odd thing about these statues was how vivid their facial expressions were. Some of them were angry, some peaceful, some sad, and so on. Myriad of emotions could be seen in their facial expressions. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wei took the first step on this path, and the moment he did, things changed. All the statues began to chant scriptures. Their voices were both loud and quiet at the same time, giving a peaceful, ethereal, and transcendent vibe. Unfortunately, that was only on the surface. The moment these statues began to chant, Wang Wei could feel that their voices were affecting his mind and soul. Their voices contained a deep enchanting power, showing him the wonders of Buddhism and converting him. Wang Wei was not surprised about this, since he knew how this place operated. This is one of the first secrets that he learned about this world when he was a child. He even designed one of the pagoda trials to be exactly like this. So, without being affected much, he continued walking forward. As he walked deeper into this place, the statues changed into bronze ones. At the same time, the chanting became more powerful when affecting the mind. However, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face. Based on what he learned, before reaching the bronze phase of this path, an illusory monk should have appeared to ask him a question about Buddhism. Based on his answer, he would either be allowed to continue, be rewarded, or be attacked. But nothing occurred. With skepticism on his mind, he walked forward until he reached the intersection between the bronze and silver path. After seeing no one appearing again, Wang Wei stopped before turning around. There was no hesitation. However, when he turned around, he found a book suspended in front of him. After reading the title, he squinted his eyes. He looked at the book deeply as he realized that this book was what his divination referred to. However, the way that book just showed up to him is suspicious. It's either someone scheming against me or someone is trying to plant a deep karma on me. Or both. He immediately checked before realizing that he was right. If he accepted this book, the karma he will accept is bigger than receiving an emperor scripture. This was not normal. The source of this _chapter, L-World. Com. In the end, he sighed and took the book. He knew that he had no other choice. The moment he touched the book, he felt the karma connection binding him. However, he quickly acted and ensured that this karma was only bound to him and not the luck of the sect as it appeared it wanted to. Wang Wei could guess that this book wanted the Dao opening sect to pay that karma on the likelihood that he dies prematurely. But now, once he dies, this karma dies with him. Without saying anything else, he bowed in the direction of the inner core before flying away. No matter who was scheming against him, they still have him an opportunity to survive. Even if he did not like it, he has to acknowledge this fact. If Wu Hong was still here, he may have rejected it and thought of another way, but now he cannot be picky since he did not even know how much time he had left. After leaving the Western Pure Bliss land, Wang Wei decided to return home in the Void Boat to take this time to look at the book he just received. He looked at the title, Future Buddha Book. If you're going to sow karma, why not give me all 3 books, he muttered. As one of the most powerful emperor scriptures that focused on the Tao of time, he would not mind getting his hands on them. With some anticipation, he opened the book to read. However, to his surprise, it was completely blank. Pages after pages were the same. Thinking of something, he activated the chakras on his body, turning into a golden man. As a result, he did see the words in the book. However, he could not understand them. It's not that they were in an unknown language. No matter how he read this scripture, he would either not understand them or not remember what he read. I did not feel the presence of the absolute beginning magic, meaning that the weirdness is coming from the book itself, muttered Wang Wei. This fact alone showed that this book was not simple since it could ignore the magic of the absolute beginning emperor. So, it should be one of these scriptures that require a specific mindset, Tao heart, or understanding before cultivating, just like most Taoist scriptures. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei had a headache. There was little to no knowledge regarding Buddhism left in this world, and he doubted the little ones he still remembered from his previous life would be enough. If Wu Hong was still here, maybe he could have asked her, but now he was alone. So, what is he going to do? Is this thing useless? Thought Wang Wei. Maybe not, otherwise, my divination would not have to lead me here. For more _novel, visit Elworld. After returning home, he rushed straight back to the secret archive. And as expected, there was not enough information or scripture left regarding Buddhism. As a last resort, Wang Wei once again tried to divine the answer to his problem, and he failed. As he sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, a frown appeared on his face. Something is wrong. With my physique, should be able to divine even the slightest of information. Wang Wei then went to see his father, which led to a special secret realm that was just established for him. This secret realm was full of the arrays that he took from the old beggar, however, it was slightly modified. These arrays were linked to all the sects' emperor formation, and a very powerful innate treasure with the power to hide the secrets of heaven and earth was used as the core of the arrays. As soon as he entered that secret realm, Wang Wei felt safe and secure. He did not know whether that was a real feeling or just a placebo effect. Most likely the former. Without wasting time, he once again tried divination. Things went smoothly for him as he swam in the river of fate. Unfortunately for him, right when he was about to succeed, he felt some force intervening and he ended with nothing. If it was not for how sensitive he was and was actively on the lookout, he might not have felt it. I was right, he muttered before trying once again. However, this time he did not even feel this force no matter how much he tried. And he still did not find anything. In the end, he sent someone to fetch Old Man Chu from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and invite him to the secret realm. And once he was here, Wang Wei ignored the complaints that were written all over this old man's face and combined their powers to try the divination. Unfortunately for him, he still failed, even though this time around, he felt that he was very close to getting the answer he wanted. At this point, Wang Wei was a little frustrated. The only other method he could think of was using merit, however, the sect had a small number left. Probably not enough to succeed. His new pseudo-innate pill method was still in the early stages of spreading, and it will take some time to gather more merit. He could try to make some new inventions beneficial to the world and get some more merit. However, his method might not give some merits, and more importantly, this would require time. Full _our new _episode on the Elworld. COM platform. Time he did not know if he had. Countless thoughts rushed to his mind as he pondered his next move. All his spirit particles were working overtime. Then, his eyes flashed with wisdom as he thought of something. Is this a coincidence, luck, or something else? He muttered before rushing to the eastern continent. Chapter 446. A crack appeared outside a dynasty in the eastern continent, and from it came out a handsome young man with blue hair and robes. His pupils, which were vertical snake-like, looked in one direction before flying there with unbelievable speed. While in the air, the formation surrounding the city activated. However, a token on his body also activated to identify him and allow him to freely fly in the air. He rushed straight to a secluded hall in the palace. Right outside, he could hear people talking and laughing. "You are very funny." "I did not know that Sierre had such a funny friend," said a mature but elegant voice. "That's right. My brother did not seem like a person who would have such a handsome friend, I mean friends at all," added a sweet, young but shy voice. Xiao Songxi took a deep breath to calm down before walking in. He saw a young man with gray eyes and hair having a very friendly conversation with his mother and little sister. And with just one look, he recognized who it was. Nevertheless, given the situation, he decided to act wisely. He placed a smile on his face, despite secretly clenching his hand underneath his robe, and pretended that his old friend had come to visit him. The four of them had a great dinner before an excuse was used for the two of them to leave and chat. "What a great family you have. Quite wonderful people," Wang Wei gestured with his hands. "Honestly, I thought your relationship with your sister would be very bad given that you two have different fathers." "What do you want?" asked Xiao Songxi with gritted teeth. The smile on Wang Wei's face was gone as he looked at his opponent with calmness and indifference. "Does the Bash race has a star sage born in this generation?" "Yes," replied Xiao Songxi with a frown on his face. "What grade?" 3 stars. This may not be enough, however, it is better to try, thought Wang Wei. This underscore content is taken from Elworld. I need you to find something for me. By now, Xiao Songxi could already guess this person's motive. The Bash clan is a giant sea serpent demonic beast made of a variety of different bloodlines. For example, fire serpent, water, serpents, and a myriad of varieties. Amongst the clan, there are 2 unique bloodlines of the Bash clan, the devouring bloodline, which is considered the main branch of the clan. Of the 4 great emperors of the Bash clan, 3 of them came from the main branch. There are rumors that the Heaven Devourer Emperor had some connections with that clan, however, most things related to devouring is rumored to be related to him, including the swallowing zone. Wang Wei would more likely believe that rumor since there are records of him entering the Forbidden Lands, and soon after that, he started his mad plan to swallow the world. Back to topic, the second most important lineage of the Bash clan is the Star Stage branch. This branch is single-handedly responsible for the current success of the Bash clan. And the reason for that is because of their innate bloodline ability, Star's Cognition. This ability is a form of divination or calculation of heaven's secrets using the power of stars. And this ability is even better since whatever question you ask, the ability will give you a definite answer. Any questions asked this ability will answer. Of course, there are restrictions. The talent is divided into 5 stars with 1 being the smallest. And based on the grade, some questions can be answered and some cannot be answered. For example, the reason that the Bash clan has so many great emperors is that each time that 5-star bloodline appeared, they would ask it how could they cultivate a great emperor. Then, the divine ability will tell them the exact generations where they can become a great emperor, how to train their heaven chosens at that time, who is a threat to them that need to be eliminated before the battle, and who to always keep a watch on, etc. Using this method, the Bash clan has cultivated 4 great emperors and has not failed a single time. Luckily, the Star Sage bloodline is very rare and does not always appear in each generation, and so far, only 4 5-stars bloodline has appeared. Wang Wei handed Xiao Songxi a book and his eyes squinted after seeing the title. I need you to find out what can help me cultivate this technique. You can find the rest of this content on the Elworld. Com platform. As he held it in his hand, Xiao Songxi asked, "Aren't you afraid of me not returning it?" In response, Wang Wei just smiled. Politics is an annoying but sometimes required thing. This book can be considered another bait for him. If Xiao Songxi does not return it, he could use this excuse to intervene in the affairs of the Bash clan. And with the proper excuses, a war is justifiable and prevents other people from saying anything or intervening. Plus, it can preserve the reputation of the sect and motivate its disciples since they have a moral high ground. Although I would like to help you, the Star Sage is the most valuable asset of the Bash clan, even a 3-star one. I cannot get access to it. This is your problem, not mine, gestured Wang Wei. Xiao Songshi gritted his teeth before looking in the direction of his family. He felt the presence of that person he secretly brought disappearing. The rescue operation failed and that person died silently and miserably. I need some time. You have 1 month, nothing more, added Wang Wei. Then, he watched Xiao Songshi fly away in frustration. Hopefully, this works, otherwise I will be forced to try Plan B, he muttered. Plan B involved him sacrificing a lot of people as a price for that divination. And if that does not work, he will have his sect start an Emperor Dao war with one of the weak emperor lineages and sacrifice their entire sect, including their Qi Luck, Emperor formation, and artifact as a price for the divination. However, he did not want to do this because of much time consuming it would be and the number of resources that would be wasted in the process. After sighing to himself, he walked back to the hall. Mrs. Xiao had already arranged a room for him, so he had to thank her and informed her that her son had left since he had some very important things to manage. For the next few weeks, Wang Wei had a peaceful time. Mrs. Xiao's cooking was very good. Plus, she was a very warm person as a whole, making it very enjoyable to be around her. Then, a week before the deadline, Xiao Songshi returned with the future Buddha book and a note. A painful look appeared on his face when he handed them over. Only he knew the pain and pressure he endured in the past few weeks to get that answer. Star Sage's bloodline is very important to the clan and is kept a secret. In the past, many people wanted to destroy the Bash clan because of it, especially for the 5-star bloodline, since it guarantees the cultivation of a great emperor. It was only through luck that he knew this great secret. This _ content is taken from Elworld. COM on top of that, he had to ensure that the news of him having such a scripture was hidden very well, otherwise, if the upper echelons of the sects knew that it was in his possession, things would become even more complicated. With anticipation, Wang Wei opened the note and read it, Tai Profound Gate, Fengheng. Although it would have been best to have more detailed information, however, having such a hint is better than nothing, thought Wang Wei, who proceeded to say goodbye to Mrs. Xiao before leaving. And not long after that, Xiao Songshi took his family and brought them back to the sea. Wang Wei was aware of all of this, but he only sneered inside. As a chess piece, Xiao Songshi has proven to be very valuable. And if he thinks that taking his family away is enough to get away from him, he was mistaken. While Wang Wei was heading in the direction of the Tai Profound Gate, he received a communication talisman from his father. What is it? He gestured to the image that projected in front of him. We could not find Honger. Even the secret realm that she went to disappear. Even the ancestors could not find her. Even them. In that case, forget it. Since she could send me a message, she should be fine for now. Wang Wei had to caress his temple for a few minutes to calm down. Then, he changed his hair and face before infiltrating the main city underneath the mountain range where the Tai Profound Gate was located. As he walked in the city, he could see many temples where the 7 emperors of the Tai Gate were worshipped, along with many of their sages. However, these temples did not gather any incense, instead, they disappeared after being gathered. All the people in the city had a peaceful and content atmosphere about them, and even the most ordinary mortal could probably recite a few Taoist scriptures. This _ content is taken from Elworld. After visiting the city, Wang Wei knew that Fengheng was essentially an ascetic priest and rarely left the sect. So, he needed to lure him out. As such, he left to a place not far from here. He used the karmic thread that he has had with Fengheng since their battle in the Qi Luck trial, and through it, he transmitted a slight Buddhist aura from his chakras to him. Then, he waited. Chapter 447. Beyond Wang Wei's expectations, Feng Heng did not show up immediately. No, the latter waited a month before sneaking to the place he was. Plus, he made it appear as if he just passing by, and nothing else. Then, Wang Wei emerged in front of him. With a calm look on his face, Feng Heng asked, "Sacred son Wang Wei? Is there something I can do for you?" Wang Wei scrutinized everything about Feng Heng, from his speech pattern to his facial expression, to his body language, to his eyes. He did not find anything odd. He could not understand why the future sect master of the Tai Profound Gate, a Taoist sect that hated Buddhism, could help him cultivate that scripture. "It'll be straightforward. I received divination that you would be able to help me cultivate this peerless cultivation technique." "He's not speaking," thought Feng Heng. Is there something wrong with his voice? No, most likely he is cultivating some sort of technique that requires him to remain silent. I should watch out for that. With his divine sense, Feng Heng could understand the hand signs and know perfectly fine what Wang Wei was saying. "I think you have the wrong person. It is a Buddhist technique." Wang Wei did not detect any changes from Feng Heng even after saying that. "In that case, you definitely have the wrong person." Wang Wei kept observing, but he did not find anything. Whether it was karma or fate line, everything was normal. "Isn't your reaction a bit mild?" He gestured. "From what I know, you people are usually very extreme when it comes to things related to Buddhism." Updated_@Elworld. Xiaom Wang Wei was not lying. One of the reasons that the power of incense is not used or even frowned upon in this world is not just because of the events in the incense era. The main reason is the fact that the Tai Profound Gate would pick a fight with anyone that tried to use the power of incense. No matter who it was, even the Dao opening sect. And once they target someone, they would not stop. They were like starving dogs whose only meal was taken away from them. Because of their relentless pursuit, most sects just concluded that it was not worth it and stopped using incense, at least on the surface. Feng Heng did not respond to these words, so Wang Wei continued, "In that case, let's settle everything with our fist, like usual. Do you want to fight here or go somewhere further?" The place that they were in was very close to the Tai Profound Gate. Feng Heng frowned after hearing this, as he knew that a battle was inevitable and his opponent seemed to determine to force out his Buddhist Dao. So, he thought about it and a plan came to mind. After I defeat him, I could convert him into a monk. As the heir to the most powerful sect in the world, if he could secretly help me, it would be easier to condense the luck of Buddhism and spread it to the world. Then, he flew in one direction while Wang Wei followed him, with his aura locked on his opponent to prevent him from running away. With their maximum speed a few dozen times faster than light, the two traveled more than a dozen domains in just over an hour to a desolate place far away from the Tai Profound Gate. And as soon as the two landed, they did not waste time and immediately began to fight. A black and white ball appeared on Feng Heng's hand and rushed towards Wang Wei with amazing speed, who raised his hand and blocked it. Immediately, he could feel that the skins on his palms were being destroyed at an alarming rate, almost as fast as his regeneration. Interesting. Using the cycle of yin and yang to create unimaginable destruction. It's true, all paths lead to the same destination. A black and white flame came from his hand and crushed the sphere. Then, he condensed the flame into an orb that looked eerily similar to Feng Heng's attack before sending it back to him with even more speed. Did he just learn my technique and copied it using the yin-yang flame? This kid is truly a monster, thought Feng Heng. Just like Wang Wei, he raised his hand to touch the flame sphere, but then, it disappeared. Visit to Elworld. Com discover_new novels. Instantly removing the yin from the yang, creating an imbalance and making this move useless. No, this is more than that. Intrigued, he used the same attack again. This time, there were more than 10 flame balls that rushed toward Feng Heng, who solved them with a frown on his face. He used the yin-yang eyes to see the flaws in my attack and directly targeted them. While thinking about this, he used his speed advantage to instantly appear in front of Feng Heng and punched him. However, a shield appeared on the ladder and easily blocked that attack. What a wonderful use of yin and yang, thought Wang Wei as he unleashed a barrage of punches. He could tell that his opponent used the power of yin and yang to convert the force being his punch from a strong force to its opposite, a weak force, rendering all its power useless in the process. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was not in the best state under this barrage. Although he appeared as if everything was easy, only he knew that he had to be very focused on each of the attacks. He had to be as precise as possible because if he made one mistake, he knew that his shield would not hold. Additionally, he discovered that he was lacking in terms of speed when compared to his opponent, so he had to be extra focused. Luckily, he had a wonderful pair of eyes. NNO. Suddenly, his face changed as one of the punches exploded the shield that protected him. As a last resort, he used the yin-yang escape technique before turning into a black and white light and escaping with tremendous speed. As he landed, Feng Heng had a more serious look on his face. In that last punch, he used the power of fate. As soon as I convert that attack into a weak force, he controlled the fate of that weak force and revert it to a strong force. This was a perfect application of the laws of fate with yin and yang. Did he already know how to use this technique or did he learn it from our exchange? Feng Heng thought about it and refused to believe that it was the latter. Although he had met many incredible geniuses and even technically cultivated an eternal emperor himself, they were not that crazy to this extent. It seems that I have to be serious in this battle. Feng Heng raised his hand to use the technique, beginning of space. For more _novel, visit Elworld. Com. Immediately, Wang Wei felt as if time was instantly rewound in the surrounding, then, the space became chaotic before the surroundings turned into this dark and endless zone. Returning space to its beginning, to its state before existing, returning it to chaos, muttered Wang Wei as he felt that his body was rapidly being decomposed by the primal chaos energy in the surroundings. Is this what the chaos era would have looked like? He thought before activating his innate shield. However, he could feel that this was only buying him a small amount of time. Fate restoration. Countless strings appeared from Wang Wei's body and plunged into the chaotic void, then, the surrounding was restored to their original state. However, at that exact moment, he felt an attack coming behind him and he dodged. Oddly though, he was still in his left hand. Wang Wei's hand was perfectly fine, with no blood or any signs of destruction. However, this was only on the surface. He could feel that his arm had no strength whatsoever. His powerful fleshly body was non-existent in that arm. He returned my arm to the beginning stages of my cultivation journey, right before I started cultivating. So, the essence of the Absolute Beginning Sutra might time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei exploded his arm and instantly regrew one, but to his surprise, the arm was still weak. So, he used the power of fate to restore them to their original shape and power. While Wang Wei was doing this, Feng Heng was assaulted by countless strings. There were so many of them and they were so fast that they did not give him any time to react or go on the offensive. All he could think about was why this guy was so fast. Plus, he could tell that his fate would be sealed if caught by these strings. And when he tried using his yin-yang shield, these strings would instantly annihilate them. Then, a black shield appeared to protect him, the shield of absolute beginning. Anything that touched it will be turned to its original state, to its beginning state of non-existence. Has he developed the yin-yang eyes to the point of seeing the future? The Feng Heng I met was not this talented at using his physique, it could even be said that he was even mediocre. No, at that time, he claimed that he did not have the yin-yang eyes. Something is indeed wrong with this guy. Updated _at Elworld. Com. Chapter 448. Wang Wei made a sword finger before making a slashing motion, fate cutting. A sword slash rushed toward Feng Heng. It was so fast that his ability to predict the future was almost useless. Even his shield of absolute beginning was useless. That slash seemed to cut off the fate of the shield and annihilate it. However, Feng Heng took the small window of opportunity that the shield bought him to dodge in time. However, the moment he appeared a few meters away from his previous location, Wang Wei also appeared, and in an instant, he touched all four of his limbs. Destiny of death. In an instant, all four of Feng Heng's limbs began to decay and turned old before disappearing. Moreover, even the origin essence inside his body was affected by the concept of death and disappeared. Meanwhile, his soul seemed to have aged countless years, making it weak and slow to process information. Feng Heng knew that if the opponent was not trying to capture him, he might have suffered severe damage in that attack. As he watched Wang Wei's hand reach out to grab him, Feng Heng did not fluster as the situation was not as bad as it appeared. A dragon made of flame and one made of ice appeared to surround him, then, they instantly combined before exploding. Fire-ice unbalance, the explosion created an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers with an alternation of ice and fire. One moment it was so cold that even space could freeze, then the next, it was so hot that space itself was melting. Wang Wei was not hurt by the explosion, but he was still pushed away far away enough to buy his opponent enough time. Taking this opportunity, Feng Heng could help himself. Beginning of self, using this technique, he returned his body to the beginning of the battle, before he was injured. With this technique, he should have returned to his prime state, including his origin essence and primordial spirit. However, he discovered that something was hindering his healing and technique. The Di realm? Damn it, how annoying. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published here at Elworld. Then, a mysterious force came out of his body to remove that power that prevented him from healing. Interesting. You have also entered the Di realm, gestured Wang Wei. And yet, I have never heard of the Tai Profound Gate withstanding divine punishment thunder. You are indeed hiding many secrets. Feng Heng, who was back to his peak state, had a frown on his face. This battle has proven to be more difficult than I anticipated. The longer we fight, the more I'm forced to reveal my secrets, and in the long run, it is not worth it. So, should I run away? With his method capable of even hiding from great emperors, if he wanted to run away from this fight, no one can stop him. However, there will be repercussions afterward. Feng Heng could tell that this sacred son was a determined person, and if he decided to use all his sect power to search and pester him, the Tai Profound Gate might become suspicious. And currently, the identity of the Dao child was very beneficial to his plans. As such, it was not worth losing it. Young Master Wang Wei, if you only need a way to cultivate a Buddhist scripture, I may have a method. Wang Wei remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Feng Heng took out a piece of paper from his space ring and sent it over. After looking at it, Wang Wei frowned. This was a contract of the highest order stating that in exchange for his help, Wang Wei will not reveal some of the information he learned in this battle to other people. After seeing this, Wang Wei began to contemplate whether it was better to just use force to capture his opponent instead. However, after mulling it over, he decided otherwise. His intuition told him that he could defeat his opponent, but he might not be able to prevent him from escaping. Since there was a less risky method, why not use it instead? So, after checking for loopholes in the contract, he signed it. Without saying anything else, Feng Heng sent a space ring to him. And after checking inside, he found a small world with countless Buddhist scriptures. There were so many of them that it could compare to his sect's Tibetan scripture hall. So, he gave a strange look at Feng Heng. Fortunate encounter, he replied softly, then bowed in salute before flying away. You can find the rest of this content on the Elworld. COM platform. Although it would have been very beneficial to convert him into our sect, it is not worth it to reveal my secrets. Plus, he is a walking dead man anyway. Now that I have found a luck-condensing treasure for Tao Buddhism, I can begin the plan for the Buddha world. With my understanding of the absolute beginning art, and that treasure, should be able to neglect Lu Taishuang's magic in a specific area. And, Li Taishuang is the absolute beginning emperor's real name. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched Feng Heng fly away while also deep in thought. This person has too many secrets. Most likely, his main Dao is not the absolute beginning, but yin and yang. So, he might even have the power of absolute end, but he did not use it in this battle. On top of all that, his techniques were too powerful in effect and refined to be only in the level of primordial spirit. So, he is most likely in the void-shattering realm like Lin Fan if not higher. Yet, my eyes could not detect any power of law. That could only mean two things: his control of the law is so superb that he can hide even under my eyes, or he has a very excellent secret technique to hide their fluctuation. Or maybe a combination of the two. Plus, I want to know how he entered the Dui realm. Hopefully, this will answer some of my questions. Wang Wei had an orb in his hand with a white mist inside. This orb contained Feng Heng's memories. Just like he did to Di Tian, he secretly took some of the latter's memories. The process was more difficult than appeared since the yin-yang eyes can not only see the future but even see the secrets of the world. Wang Wei had to be extremely cautious to secretly get that memory. He did not read Feng Heng's fate line. Instead, when he was using the destiny of death on his soul, he used the moment he was distracted to go into his brain and used a technique to get the information. The main reason he succeeded is because of cultivator's cognitive bias. Memories are stored both in the soul and the body, brain. However, because of how powerful they are, cultivators focused more on the soul and neglect the brain. This is the reason that cultivators will instinctively defend themselves if someone tried to search their soul for information but would react relatively slow if the same method was applied to their brains. It is because of this bias that Li Jun was able to gather memories from someone as powerful as Di Tian. Without hesitation, he read the memory, and he was shocked by what he saw. So, the real Feng Heng's body was taken over by some old monks that survived from the incense era? A lot of things began to make sense now. This underscore content is taken from Elworld. He finally understood why he received the future Buddha scroll. His theory is that some powerful being is investing in individuals in advance. That way, if they can prove the Tao one day, as long as they help Feng Heng spread Buddhism in the lower dimension, they can repay their karma. This is a plot to deal with the absolute beginning emperor and ensure the revival of Buddhism in the lower dimension. Well, I don't mind helping if I can, but only after I get through this trial. However, this Feng Heng is not a simple character. Yin and Yang, Taoism and Buddhism, he is more of a threat than he appeared. During this fight, Wang Wei was never truly serious. He barely used his fleshly body and only used his fate-related technique. However, the same could also be said of his opponent if his conjectures are correct. He then looked at his surrounding, which was perfectly intact. The two of them were fighting close to the atmosphere to prevent a lot of damage. However, even the ones done to the space were healed up without much effort. This is the difference between lower-level worlds and higher ones. With sufficient world sources, they can usually heal the damage done by powerful cultivators when needed. After looking around, Wang Wei returned home. And once he was there, he almost encountered another problem. The absolute beginning magic activated everything he tried to read one of these scriptures. Even the formation that could hide from heavenly Tao proved to be useless against that magic. In the end, he was prepared to go to the Western Pure Bliss land once again to hide. However, he discovered that the future Buddha scroll could release an aura that negated the spell. So, he was relieved, albeit not too long. It took him more than a month to use all his spirit particles to read and understand all these esoteric scriptures. As a result, he was now a very knowledgeable monk and could even have a serious debate with any Buddhist monk on the scriptures. Additionally, these scriptures, which contained the truth and understanding of the laws of the universe, opened his eye and vision. His state of mind had a small sublimation, and he even learned a few small Buddhist techniques in the process. More importantly, Buddhism has a great deal of knowledge and understanding of karma, which greatly helped Wang Wei. However, he was not focused on these things for now. Right after he was done reading, he could now read all the words in the scroll without any problem. However, he discovered an even bigger issue: he needed a Buddhist Tao heart to cultivate this technique. Technically, he could learn a little from this scripture even if he did not cultivate it. However, for his plan to work, he would need to understand and use this technique to its full capacity. Is someone trying to convert me to Buddhism? For more novel, visit Elworld. He shook his head since that would not happen unless of his own volition. He already had an idea of how to deal with this situation. Over the years, he had encountered a few powerful cultivation techniques that required a specific Tao heart. His father's Absolute Cut Sutra required a Tao heart dedicated to the sword, the Origin Pill Flame scripture required one for the pill Tao, and even the Gluttony Swallowing scripture did not fit him perfectly since he was not a devil cultivator. Now, he will use this opportunity to deal with this situation once and for all. Chapter 449. Inside the secret realm, Wang Wei set up countless arrays with the help of a gorgeous yet mature woman. Her every move exuded a powerful charm despite not trying. Thank you once again, Matriarch Su. Young master, there is no need to thank me. Honestly, I don't think you needed my help, replied Su Xiang, the matriarch of the demon fox race. She wore a light red hanfu, had very long and luscious black hair, and a small mole on her chin accentuated her beauty. Her eyes were as clear as the purest of water, and yet, with just one look, she could bring any man to his knees. In Wang Tian's generation, she held the title of the most beautiful woman of that generation. How could you say that? Your help has been precious and appreciated. Wang Wei then escorted her out after a few pleasantries. With it, I should be able to create my ever-changing Tao heart, he thought as he watched the array. In the myriad emperor world, the Tao heart is significant to all cultivators. Before entering the void-shattering realm, they have to temper their Tao heart through the road of the heart. The seventh realm of cultivation is not called void-shattering because cultivators can use the power of law to break the space. No, it references the Buddhist's ideology or state of mind of achieving emptiness, or a void, and transcending it. The Qiyuan emperor took ideas from both Taoism and Buddhism when creating the origin system. Because the road of the heart can help cultivators temper their Tao hearts, the idea of doing so in the early stages is not very prominent in the myriad emperor world. It has become normal or part of the culture to wait for people to reach that realm to temper their Tao heart. Wang Wei's pagoda trials were such a big deal when first created because he challenged the norm. Most sects have basic formation or secret realms to temper Tao heart, and they will even test the new disciples' natural Tao heart before entering the sect. However, it is not as focused or detailed as the pagoda that Wang Wei made. Visit to Elworld. Discover_new novels. Many people, including the Saint Realm elders, could benefit after the sect built the pagoda. Additionally, many other factions with the means copied them and created their version of the pagoda. Wang Wei took a deep breath to remove all these thoughts from his mind and sealed most of the power of his soul before entering the array. In a small temple at the foot of a mountain, a monk with no hair wearing a yellow and purple cassock opened the door to prepare for morning rituals. However, he saw a baby in a basket as he looked down. Another one? How turbulent has this world become? After shaking his head, the monk picked up the baby and immediately realized that it was not crying despite being awakened. He injected his internal strength into its body to check if something was wrong. His throat is not formed correctly. No wonder his parents abandoned him. The monk did not do his morning ritual but instead brought the child up the mountain to hand him over. A special department took the baby in to raise him and all the other orphans of the temple. 5 years passed, and this baby was now an infant. He is pretty famous amongst the young monk in his generation for 3 reasons. He never speaks a word, despite being capable. The children knew that he was born with a throat defect, however, the temple used internal strength to fix it over time. Nevertheless, the young monk never spoke a word. Many children wanted to bully him about his disability, which is where the second reason for his fame came. This young monk had an unnatural talent for battle. No matter how many children attacked him at once, he would always be victorious in their confrontation. Many people believed that he would be a great warrior in the future. And the last reason for his fame was how handsome he was, even with no hair. Today was a special day for all the little monks. All of them lined up before entering the Harmony Hall. And the ones that left would have genuine smiles on their faces. After a few minutes of waiting, the non-speaking mon entered the hall, where another older monk was patiently waiting. The young monk knelt to the altar in the middle of the room and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he lit up many incenses. Updated _@lworld. Afterward, he looked at the old monk, who proceeded to say, "From now on, your name will be Xianzhang, forsake your mundane name and karmic connection with it." Xianzhang bowed his head to accept his new name. Amongst all the Xian generation disciples, I am most optimistic about you. Xianzhang just nodded his head without saying much. After this ceremony, all the children can now learn how to read and write and, more importantly, learn martial arts. Xianzhang displayed a genius level of intellect as he learned more than 3,000 characters in over a month. However, he appeared not interested in martial arts, despite the talent previously shown during training. However, he was very interested in the scriptures in the Tibetan hall. Every day, after martial art practice, he would rush inside and read all the scriptures until bedtime. 10 years passed, and many people worried about Xianzhang. After mastering the primary body strengthening method, he never studied any martial arts again, including the internal strength method. Xianzhang would wake up at 5 a.m. to have a light vegetarian breakfast before heading to the Tibetan hall to read scriptures, which would last until the afternoon when he would go to the cafeteria to eat a heavy vegetarian meal before returning to the hall again to continue reading. He would return to his quarters at midnight to sleep and repeat the cycle. This routine never stopped in the past 10 years. Many people came to convince him but to no avail. Nevertheless, Xianzhang still displayed a high level of extraordinary. He could debate all the monks in the temple regarding the scriptures and be the victor, including the Layin temple abbot. Additionally, his understanding of martial arts could be considered otherworldly. After seeing them a few times, he could instantly understand any internal strength methods or skills and even guide the other monks in their training. After learning this fact, the abbot decided to leave Xianzhang alone and let him do as he pleased. He also prevented others from disturbing him and even acquired more scriptures for him from the outside. The season changed every year, repeating an eternal cycle. It has been 60 years since the baby with the deformed throat arrived in this temple. This content is taken from Elworld. See Omen. The impact his existence had on this short stay could not be explained in a few words. However, today was a strange day for the Laiying temple, and that is because the reverent monk Xianzhang, called Buddha reincarnate, walked out of the temple for the first time. The new abbot, which was from the Xian generation, rushed to meet him on his way with a worried look on his face. In the past 6 decades, the Laiying temple has grown into one of the most potent forces of Jianghu because of Xianzhang, so he needed to know what was going on. "Senior brother, where are you going?" asked the abbot. Then, numerous golden words appeared before them, almost scaring him to death. "Divine ability," he stuttered. He knew that his senior brother never once cultivated internal strength. And even if he did, he should not be able to accomplish such a feat. The abbot took a deep breath to calm himself down before reading the floating golden words. The world is in turmoil, and am going down the mountain to relieve people of their suffering. This is my mission, so please do not stop me. The abbot hesitated for a while after hearing this. Then he clenched his teeth before saying, "In that case, let some temple monks go with you to help." Xianzhong did not say a word as he continued his journey down the mountain. He was now an older man with a long gray beard, and yet, his body was still healthy as he did stop practicing the primary body tempering method as exercise. He headed for the closest town near the temple. Everything seemed relatively normal, but Xianzhong knew that it was because the Lane temple protected these people. As he walked further from the temple, he finally witnessed the world's suffering. People had little to no food to eat, their homes were destroyed because of the war, and men were forcibly enlisted in the army. After the army or rebels conquered some cities, the innocent civilians were either raped or brutally murdered, even children were not spared. The little wealth they had remaining was plundered, leaving some of the lucky survivors with nothing. Full_our current_novel on L-World. For the next year, Xianzhong did not do anything besides walk all over the world. His main goal was to understand the world's suffering before he could fix it. The only thing he would do was bury the people and pray in front of their graves. The temple monks who secretly followed him were puzzled by his behavior, but Xianzhong did not care about them. And after a year of travel, he finally took action. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.